Shall we start? Krishnamurthy garu.
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Welcome back to another Sampada program. It is going very well, and we have learned so many from so many eminent speakers yesterday. Let's continue our journey. Before we go for the actual content of today, let me see what is all this workshop about. Veda Sampada is an international platform bringing together Vedic scholars, researchers, practitioners, educators, institutions, learners to explore India's rich knowledge, traditions, and their reverence in the contemporary world. The word Sampada means wealth or a treasure. Through Veda Sampada, we are creating a space to explore this knowledge, wealth through learning, dialogue, research, practice, and experience. And Veda Sampada is designed not simply as a 3-day conference, but a journey across the 3 segments. The Veda Sampada journey is we are having a pre-conference or a knowledge sessions. Before the main conference, we are conducting an open knowledge-based sessions led our expert workshop trainers. You can get the glimpse of what you are going to learn in the main workshop. These sessions give practitioners an introduction to the different subjects, their relevance, and the kind of learning that will be explored more deeply through in workshops. These sessions are open to anyone who is interested in learning and exploring these subjects. Today's session is a part of pre-conference journey. There are 6 knowledge domains. The Veda Sampada program brings together the 6 key domains: mantra sadhana, Yantropasana, Tattva Vidya, Tantra Vidya, Vedic healing, Vedic astrology, and Vastu Shastra. The pre-conference sessions provide you with a glimpse into these domains before you enter into the deeper learning experience in the workshop. Then when is this workshop? The main conference is in September 18th to 20th, 2026. The second segment is actual the 3-day global online Veda Sampada conference, which is taking place between 18th to 20th of September. The main conference brings together the voice from across the Vedic knowledge ecoism through keynote sessions, research presentations, panel discussions, Vedic science application models, expert-led conversations, and leading and learning. It is an opportunity to listen to diverse perspectives, engage with the research, and discover how Vedic knowledge can be understood and applied in the different contexts. We won't stop at the conference. We have the sessions even post-conference, specialized workshops for those who need it. The journey continues after the main conference through post-conference workshops. These are specialized learning experiences led by our expert trainers, designed for deeper, practical, and experiential learning. Participants will be able to explore the subjects in greater depth and select and register for the workshop's particular interest to them. So, if today's session sparks your curiosity about a particular subject, we encourage you to continue with the corresponding workshop after the main conference. So, today's workshop is about mantra sadhana, and we have the 9 speakers joining us today. Each speaker will be talking to you in 20 minutes and then 10 minutes of question and answers for you to give an opportunity to learn and speak directly with the speaker, interact with them. We encourage you to stay with us throughout the session and make the most of this opportunity. Now let me welcome the first speaker.
Yeah, Prasannaji, today it is about Vedic healing.
It's about Vedic healing. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, there is a correction. So today is all about Vedic healing. Yesterday we saw that mantra healing, right? So today is about Vedic healing. Okay. Let us go and see. Anshu Dubey is available. So let's welcome the first speaker of the today's session. Sushri Anshu Dubey is the founder of Brahma Varchas Education, an initiative devoted to integrating Bharatiya and Shastriya knowledge frameworks and sciences into the contemporary education. With more than 20 years of professional experience spanning into informational technology, fintech, digital payments, and banking, she brings a thoughtful, analytical, and contemporary perspective to India's traditional knowledge systems. Her work is dedicated to making this timeless wisdom accessible, meaningful, and relevant to the modern life, while preserving the Shastriya, the authenticity of the integrity of the knowledge transmitted through Acharya and Guru Sishya Parampara. She has worked extensively in the areas of Gurukula education, Ayurveda, Bharatiya knowledge traditions, designing, learning, experiencing that connect classical wisdom with the contemporary context without compromising their foundational principles. Her program, Holistic Health for Women with Ayurveda, presents Ayurvedic principles and perspectives on women's health through a structured and engaging learning experience thoughtfully designed for today learners. Let's all welcome Anshu Dubey for this session. Welcome, ma'am. And let me give you, stage is yours.
Dhanyavad Prasanna ji for such a kind introduction, and namaskaram to everyone present. Let me start by going to the gurus of the Ayurveda Parampara. Dhanavantari Samarambham Jeevakacharya Nattamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Tavam Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwar Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Warm namaskar to everyone who's present today. We had a wonderful day yesterday where we got to know so much about the mantra sadhana, which is a fundamental to what we call the Bharatiya knowledge or the Vedic knowledge and the Vedic education. So today, as Prasanna ji has introduced our stream of knowledge, or the one that we are going to be diving in today, is Vedic healing. And under Vedic healing, there is something that I would like to share, which is with reference to the holistic health of women. So for that, there is something that I have on my screen that I would like to share. I have sent a share request. I believe Prasanna ji or Pili ji can help me share my screen.
It's allowed, you can start.
Anshuji, your voice is not very clear.
Yeah, it was a bit low.
It's the technology things that I have to sometimes.
It's better a bit. Mm-hmm.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's coming. Your screen is up.
So you will just have to help me once. They tell me that you're able to see the full screen of. There is a slide which says the blueprint for
yes. We are able to see the full screen.
Great. Thank you very much. So once again, welcome everyone. Today, we actually have a very diverse community here. We have very different age groups, genders, and backgrounds. And the subject that I want to discuss today is something which impacts every single household, but is rarely spoken of with the Vedic clarity that it has, which is the menstrual health. Now, menstrual health is not just something which is a personal hygiene issue, but it is a core pillar of life. And it is a pillar of longevity and family harmony. Now, that is something that we usually refrain from understanding, that how menstrual health or the state of a woman's reproductive system is a blueprint for her lifelong well-being, which is essentially the Vedic well-being. So we are here to reintroduce Rajasala Paricharya, which is actually a classic Ayurvedic regimen of menstrual care. So there are about five charyas which are mentioned in Ayurveda, six disciplines or regimens which are mentioned, which if one follows, a human being follows, it leads to a healthy life, it leads to a longer life, it leads to a good life. And when it comes to women, there are three paricharyas, or they are basically three specific charyas or regimens which are specific to women only, apart from the charyas which are available to or which are prescribed for everyone. So we generally know of Dinacharya, Ratricharya, Ritucharya. These are the words that we have heard about, which are our basically, daily routines, our ahar vihar. Sometimes it is according to the day, sometimes it is according to the season, which is called Ritucharya. Now, when it comes to women, there are three additional charyas which are prescribed in Ayurveda, which is one is Rajaswala Paricharya, which is basically the regimen or the routine that she is supposed to follow while she is menstruating. There's another one which is specific to a woman, which is called the Garbhini Paricharya. So when a woman is pregnant, the charya that she is supposed to follow is called the Garbhini Paricharya. And then the third one is Vasuta Charya, where basically is when child is born for the first 40 days. The special regimen which is supposed to be followed is called Vasuta Charya. Now, all these three charyas are essentially actually related to the reproductive system of the woman. So, why do we say that this is something which is family knowledge and it is not something which is isolated to a woman's knowledge only? That is because a woman is actually the Kendra Bindu, which is the focal point of the family. And when the health of a woman shifts, it's the entire household which is affected. So I'm sure that the audience that we have present today, we have all ages, all genders. And in our parampara, in Bharati parampara, menstrual health was never viewed as a hidden woman's issue. It's a very Victorian thought. It was understood in Bharat as a family knowledge because the health of the woman impacts the physiological, emotional, and the social fabric of the entire thing. And in our contemporary era, in modern times, we have nuclear families. So this shared understanding is even more critical than ever. And by learning this together, what we do that we shift the responsibility from silent individual bearing to a shared and supportive family dynamic. So let us begin this journey with this special academic curiosity and with mutual respect. So let us approach this topic not with hesitation, but with a very scholarly curiosity and a commitment to family-wide well-being. And there's a small trivia that, of course, I would like to begin with, or I would like to leave with the audience here, is that how frequent or how widespread knowledge or the non-taboo the menstrual health or Rajaswala Paricharya was, is that in the famous the epic of Mahabharata, which is our Itihasa, one of the two primary Itihasa granthas that we have, Ramayana and Mahabharata. In Mahabharata, it's actually in the Sabha Parva. We all know of the very famous, rather the infamous incident of Draupadi's Chirharan. That was the time when she was actually Rajaswala. She was actually following the Rajaswala Paricharya. And if you look at certain, some few of the shlokas, the samvadas, basically the messaging that Yudhishthir sends by way of a messenger to Draupadi, it is regarding her Rajaswala Paricharya. So it's something which goes back to as old as Mahabharata and for that matter even Ramayana, and something which is continuing till today. So that is something that we are actually gonna talk about. Now, let us address this very important, rather a very pertinent question. What is in it for me? There are a lot of us who have joined this session today, thinking that this is something they would like to explore the topic and say, what is it that I can gain from it? What kind of a well-being knowledge, what kind of healing knowledge can I get from it? So, to the women who are in the room, I would like to say that how often have you been told that the cramps, the backaches, the headaches, or the mood swings which are associated with menstruation, they are just being part of being a woman. And you know that according to the WHO data, as recent as 2026, which shows that 2 in every 3 women experience menstrual pain. But discomfort is not normal according to IMD. and it should not be normalized, which unfortunately seems to be the trend these days. So following this science of Rajaswala Paricharya, it means that we say goodbye to all these monthly exhaustion, the migraines, the severe cramps, for that matter even PCOD, PCOS, going up to the extent of infertility, and say hello to sustained energy, emotional balance, and healthy age. And for the men who are present in the room today, you might ask, why am I here? So in modern nuclear families, when a woman is unwell, it is her partner who is a primary caregiver. And of course, the immediate family which is there, which usually involves the children. In your college friend circle, the lady friends live and sometimes conduct differently during their periods. And if you do not understand the physiological and the psychological shifts that the women or the girls undergo, we cannot offer appropriate support, which often leads to avoidable stress, which can be either domestic or from a, any social circle, as well as emotional friction. So when we understand the biology, we can co-create a harmonious cycle, a good friend circle, a classroom, and for that matter, even an office environment. Menstrual literacy is the secret to peaceful, resilient living as well as the working environment. Most of our urban population of women these days is working, and that is where the suffering around the menstruation has been normalized to an extent that it is supposed to be it is not supposed to bring in any change in anything that you are doing at any point in time. So life is supposed to go on normally, which is actually the biggest misconception, which is the normalized reality of modern day. So to understand actually how to heal from this, we must first understand what healthy actually means according to Ayurveda. So the Samhitas basically give us very beautiful and empirical benchmarks for not just healthy menstrual blood, which is called the Artha, or which is a Sapta Dhatu of the seventh, or the Sukshikam Dhatu of a human composition. But at the same time, it actually demonstrates that a healthy, what are the benchmarks of a healthy menstruation, which subsequently are actually benchmarks or symptoms of a healthy reproductive system. Furthermore, Ayurveda also explains that how Artha is the direct byproduct of what we eat and how we live, which is our ahar and vihar. And this flow, the menstrual blood, is actually not just a local uterine event. The body of a woman prepares to conceive every month. And if she does not conceive, all the preparation residue is propelled smoothly out of the body by Apanavayu, which is a natural downward moving energy of Vata, one of the three doshas. Of course, I'm not going to go into the detail of what the three doshas are and what Vata, Pitta, and Kapha are, because in the interest of time today. But the idea to tell this is something which happens particularly, which happens in a very cyclical manner in a woman's body every month, and is something which does not happen in a man's body. So it's very important for us to understand these days when we are trying to normalize and are trying to hide everything that nobody needs to know, nobody should know if a woman is menstruating or not, is that we have misunderstood equality with similarity. They should not be intermixed. The body of a man and the body of a woman are not similar. They work differently, they are physiologically different, they act differently, their bodily systems work differently. The natural cycle for a woman to menstruate or the Ritukala is 28 to 30 days with the primary flow which completes in 3 days. And that is where the Rajaswala Paricharya is built around those 3 days. Any deviation from the science of a normal menstruation benchmark is something which indicates that there is a systematic imbalance that we can correct. How we can correct it, what are the ways to identify it is something that we get to know, when we know the topic in detail. So essentially, coming back to the core topic of what we have today, which is a Vedic healing or the Vedic well-being, it's essentially a shared ecosystem. So menstruation or the Ritukal of a woman is not an isolated burden. So in the modern nuclear families, is something that I just spoke about, is that not just the families, even outside the families in the campuses, especially when a lot of girl students were there, it is a shared community knowledge. And what we fail to understand is if the body signals it's the everyday habits actually work against the well-being. Whenever there are signals in the body, there are symptoms in the menstruation cycle which actually indicate that there are certain concerns which should not remain unspoken, and how to actually seek that vital health is something which stays the same. Now, for that, we use a fundamental, is one of the frameworks, fundamental Vedic frameworks that Bharat has, is Vyashti Samashti, which is from an individual to the cosmic, to the entire cosmic order. And if you look at this, the circle which we have demonstrated is actually essentially that at the core of it is the individual physiology of the woman, which is her body energy, which is her mind awareness, and as well as her emotional confidence. That is something which affects her state of menstruation or non-menstruation, affects her routine. What consists of her routines? Her study, her work, sports playing, any kind of physical activities or physical rest, as well as the social participation, the job requirements, the job demands. And all that is something which affects the routine or which is the routine of a woman, further affects the family as well as the community. Now, when this knowledge around the Rajaswala Paricharya or around the entire reproductive system on how to take care of it is something which becomes shared, that is when well-being becomes a shared responsibility, and that is when it kind of, we say it becomes an ecosystem. And when we understand this, we contribute to build this shared ecosystem. Now, how do we do that? We do that by creating the framework where other members of the family and the society and the circle, they all share this knowledge. But what do we stand to gain if we adopt this framework? Now, the benefits are both immediate as well as lifelong, and that is the most important part. Now, in the short term, if the woman and along with the woman, the close members around her, when they prioritize her rest, she eats warm food, nourishing meals, and practices body awareness, it immediately leads to her better sleep, stabilized moods, and a marked reduction in menstrual pain, which is a direct benefit and which is an immediate benefit. And that is something which affects the personality of the woman and then the environment around her as well. But the longer or the lifelong duration or the lifelong impact of that of this kind of a framework or adopting this framework is that the more seeds problems that we see these days. Now these will come as a shock to you. Breast cancer, PCOD, PCOS. In fact, the names have changed very recently now because of some recent developments have come in the modern medical field as well, as well as the problem of infertility, which has almost become a pandemic now. That is something which gets addressed. So the modern conflicts that we know of, which is typically basically a woman is these days supposed to be a superwoman. She's supposed to really handle it all, not complain, or basically try and manage too many things, and at the same time keep performing at the same level every single day of the month, though her body goes through so much of fluctuations. So what happens that in these modern nuclear families, or for that matter, even office environments and so, these isolated struggles that a woman actually handles, they create relationship frictions as well. And when they have shared knowledge around this, that's what allows partners to provide intelligent support, which drastically reduces this miscommunication. And this is not just a theory, this is a living, proven moment. Now, for the last 2 years, we have been actually educating and we have been running this Rajaswala Paricharya program. And where Brahmavachas, we have brought this knowledge to life, impacting over 550 learners globally through online programs, offline workshops, online workshops, spotted webinars, e-learning. And most interestingly, the modern youth, what we are hell bent on calling Gen Z, the ones who are studying in college and early years of their youth, they have been among the most enthusiastic participants. Why? Because they found that this routine brings logical science, physical ease, and deep self-awareness to their high-stress lives. And the evidence is very clear. So when you give your body the rest and care it biologically demands, it rewards you lifelong health. But the real value actually lies in the long-term compounding dividends. Rajaswala Paricharya is a form of preventive medicine. So by protecting our energy and our hormonal balance during our reproductive years, which is called the Rajo Pravritti Kal, which is from the age of about 12 years to about 52, 53 years. During the time a woman menstruates, these reproductive years, if this we protect our energy by following Rajaswala Paricharya. And actually we maintain our natural rhythm, which is called the Rita. So we pave the way for a healthy aging, vitality, as well as longevity. And as I said, one thing which we have, for which we have numerous examples within the Brahmavachas fold of workshops that we have organized, as well as the Gurukula that we are associated with, Sanskrit Yari Gurukula, the Chikitsa which happens through the Gurukulam as well. The problem of infertility has been really resolved to a great extent in that. Furthermore, this practice of Rajasvala Paricharya builds deep body literacy. It teaches women to understand their cycle's natural patterns so that they can immediately recognize if there is a clinical red flag, like, for example, a persistently irregular or heavy cycles or excessive pain. And because of that, with that information, they can seek timely medical help rather than suffering in silence for years. Something for that matter, which even results at the time of menopause and hysterectomy. And for the family, it replaces the confusion as well as the stigma with a nurturing and an informed environment. So shared knowledge is shared well-being. It's a very important aspect for us to remember. But the challenge which happens is that when people first hear about these traditional menstrual guidelines, or what we call the Rajasala Paricharya, they often think that this is a very rigid list of do's and don'ts, ye mat karo, wo mat karo, which can feel very outdated, very obsolete, very superstitious. But we need to look deeper. So we do not ask what are the rules, but what we intend to understand is why are these practices or why were these practices recommended. And how do we do that? We do that by way of following a very simple but a rigorous framework or a four-step process. Now, what is that this analytical framework or process? It starts from the Shastra. It starts from what the Ayurveda Samhitas say, what do they tell about it, particularly the Ashtanga, what does it say about it? Then, what are the underlying Ayurvedic principles that inform these practices, or what is written in the Samhitas? For example, what is the situation of the three doshas of the body? Now, what those three doshas are, some of us may not be familiar with what is three dosha, how it is supposed to work inside the body. That is something that we cover in detail in the workshop. And then once we understand what are the underlying Ayurveda principles, that is when we look at the Paricharya, we follow the Paricharya. So what is Paricharya? Paricharya is essentially a kind of a daily routine. It is a recommended self-care routine. And finally, when we understand this Paricharya, when we find out what these do's and don'ts are, what are the reasons behind them, what are the logic and the rationale behind them, and what happens if we follow them, what happens if we do not follow them, that is when we engage in the prayoga, which is the application, which means that we translate these principles into practical, realistic self-care choices that fit our contemporary lifestyle. So it covers actually four pillars, which actually are rest and rhythm. So we secure adequate rest and rhythm. Basically, we do not withdraw, but we actually detoxify and we reboot ourselves every month. We eat warm and nourishing food, which is easily digestible, which is called Havishya food. We practice gentle movements. We do not really do very rigorous physical work. And then we build a clinical body awareness so that we can recognize when and if there are any warning signs, and we can do that early on as well. So this is actually the benefit that we get. But a lot of us actually still run away from these traditional practices because they have been presented to us as very rigid taboos, which are associated with either impurity or shame. And then we go on to the extremes of, some very ugly examples that we saw during the Sabrimala temple movement, which happened in 2018-19. So for such situations to not happen, we need to understand what are the factual logic to these concepts. For example, if you take
a gentle reminder of the time.
Yes, I'm just 2 slides away. So basically, if you just take a very traditional restriction that a woman is not supposed to cook in the kitchen while she's menstruating. Now, this has been told that it's a taboo, and this is a myth which needs to be busted. But what we do in Rajasvala Paricharya workshop and through the learning is that we re-examine these inherent practices through the lens of Ayurveda, through the lens of Ayurvedic logic. And when we do that, we learn about in detail that what are the internal changes in the body during menstruation in modern environmental and health conditions. For that matter, something which is related to breast cancer as well. So, and the pedagogy that we follow is very simple, that we understand what is it that the body is experiencing, We adapt, we make very thoughtful period choices, we observe, we identify the systems, we notice the practice, the patterns and the triggers, and then we act, which is a practical self-care solution. Now, this menstrual well-being is more than managing a monthly cycle. It is the foundation of lifelong health. And what we have discussed today is just the beginning. If you truly integrate this wisdom into your life, we invite you to join our comprehensive 2-day interactive workshop. That is something which what I would like to close by sharing that in a lot of these workshops that we have organized, many of our participants have taken an annual sankalpa, is to follow Rajaswala Paricharya. If they are women, they follow it themselves, and if they are men, they intend to take it to their families and to systematically practice it for 1 year, and then the feedback and the results, of course, have been outstanding. So this is not a dry, rigid lecture that we would be looking forward to. It is a highly engaging session where we will unpack the physiological principles of Rajaswala Paricharya, complete a guided self-assessment to map your current routines and discuss the practical modern applications. You will gain clear, actionable habits that can be seamlessly implemented into your busy schedule. So with that, I welcome you all. I look forward to seeing you in the workshop. With that, I would like to end this session. Dhanyavad, Prasanna ji.
Thank you, ma'am. So it is very important topic that people were having yet about to talk about it. Mr. Anshu Dubey has insightful session on this menstrual health blueprint of the lifelong well-being. She beautifully explained how menstrual health influences women's mood, energy, and overall vitality, emphasizing that importance of addressing both her physiological and psychological needs. She highlighted the value of aligning the daily life with the body's natural rhythm and restored the balance, sustain lifelong well-being. She also emphasized that menstrual health awareness should be extended to entire family, especially the spouses who often serves as the first source of care and emotional support. Shared knowledge enables partners to offer thoughtful and compassionate support while reducing the misunderstanding and caregiver stress. Her explanation of the Paricharya, the recommended daily practices of women's health, provided a valuable practical guidance for promoting balance, vitality, and holistic wellness. We sincerely thank Ms. Anshu Dubey for sharing her wisdom, enriching us the essential knowledge. Let us all join her sessions workshop to learn more and to understand women in your life more. Let's all join in the workshop. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Let me introduce my next speaker. Next speaker in our healing journey is Chitra Kashyap. Chitra Kashyap is an assistant professor of psychology in IILM University, Gurugram, as well as certified yoga trainer, counselor, indigenous psychotherapist. She is a lifelong volunteer with All the World Gayatri Parivar and serves as a member of IPEC NEP 2030 Core Committee. Her academic and professional interests encompass Indian knowledge systems, Vedic philosophy, yoga, holistic health, scientific spirituality, sustainability, peace psychology, and personality development. Drawing upon her diverse experience in academia, counseling, social internships, and international programs, she is deeply committed to bringing the India's timeless wisdom with contemporary science and technology. Through this integrative approach, she seeks to foster a deep understanding of a human behavior, emotions, thought process, and consciousness while contributing to holistic individual and societal well-being. Welcome, ma'am. Chitra Kashyap, over to you.
Thank you so much. And first of all, Sincere pranam and warm greetings to everyone who all are present in our workshop. And first of all, I would like to extend my grateful thanks to Dr. Prasanna ji and everyone who is there, like in the organizing team, as well as to the Reverend, and of course, such an esteemed university, which is Vedic Wellness University. So as it already am being introduced, so my name is Chitra Kashyap and I am from India and I am a yoga instructor. Today what we'll be talking about is going to be the super science of yoga. And it's going to be very, very important topic today because something that we do require in this world, in this contemporary world, we need to understand that. May I start my presentation? May I share it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
just
I
now
think the
you
video
came
is
back.
like, yeah, video is
No, no.
having issues because we didn't see you for 2 minutes.
I think our network bandwidth is low. That's what
Okay,
it is
I
saying.
hope.
Now it's fine. We are able to see.
Okay, so okay. And is my audio clear?
Yeah, it's clear, but can you make it a full screen kind of thing?
Try.
I think it's because of low bandwidth. That's okay. You can continue.
Okay, carry on. Continue.
So I'm sharing here the presentation. Okay. So as the session name is the super science of yajna. And when we say yajna, the first picture that comes to our mind is of people sitting and devoting and of course putting their offerings as an oblation to fire, the yajna, right? We need to understand what exactly yajna means and how it can benefit with all the dimensions of our well-being, whether it's our physical, mental, emotional, social, spiritual, or emotional well. So all these 5 aspects of well-being, as devised by WHO as well, this yajna is a super science which holds the power to address the contemporary challenges, and at the same time, it holds the power to address any such problem which can come in the future. So, what are the challenges of today? What are the challenges that I'm talking about? The first challenge that we see in the today's world is wrong or distorted thinking. So, we all know that we are here with water pollution, air pollution, and so many other types of pollution. But what about thought pollution that we have? I must share it with you that when the Ramayana ended and Rama became the king, but still it was very much required that they do a big yajna, Ashwamedh yajna, and so many different yajnas were done. Why? Because the people may die, but the distorted thinking or the pollution that we have of thoughts, it needs to be clarified. Second is erroneous or faulty behavior. So what we see today is people doing what they should not do, people working how they should not be working, people eating what they should not eat. What is the problem here? It's the problem with the behavior. So bringing the Vedic sciences back and understanding how it all works is very important. For the righteous thinking, if we see at the solution yesterday, we have a beautiful session on mantras, right? So we all know that those Vedic mantras hold the power to clarify our chitta or our mind and become the one which can be said as something and be someone who is having a clear mind with clear thinking and a good decision making for this world and for ourselves as well. Second is for the righteous conduct. Who is heading this righteous conduct is yajna. So for this spiritual well-being, psychological well-being, it is said by Pandit Shri Ram Sharma Acharya ji that Gayatri Mata and Yagya Pita. That means if we can rely upon someone for holistic well-being and for holistic development, we can rely upon Gayatri Mata, because in Bhagavad Gita as well, Lord Krishna says that in Chando Mihan mein Gayatri hu. So why he said that? Because Gayatri holds that power to take us to the righteous path and take us to the righteous cognition. Second is Yagya. We all know that Rig Veda is the oldest surviving humanity and scholarly texts. We all know that these Vedas hold their own importance, but Rig Veda, which contains more than 1,000 suttas and more than 10,000 mantras, but most of the vision and most of the mantras, they revolve around one central vision, and that is Yagya. So we can infer the importance of Yagya from that Rig Veda. Right. And the other Vedas are also providing the ways and the means to do it. Right. So what is this yagya, also known as Agnihotra, also known as Havan? But if we see nowadays, we can see it only either in marriages or maybe housewarming ceremonies and nowhere else. So where has it gone, and is it the same way relevant in our own society? So let's find out that as well. Coming on the etymology and Vedic roots. It means three things. The yajna, which is, or yagya, which is derived from the Sanskrit root, has three very meanings. The first one is Dev Pujan. Okay, people may like misunderstand with Dev Pujan as revering and devoting and praying to devas. And who are these devas? Are they simply the lords and the goddesses that we see? But it is not true. There are devatas. Devata means the one who gives. And in the very centermost, we have, as we can recite on with the Sanskrit text, Om Sarvebhyo Deva Purushebhyo Namaha, Mahapranebhyo Namaha, Maharudrebhyo Namaha, Adityebhyo Namaha. What are we targeting at? We are targeting at the Mahapranas, or the vital forces. We are targeting at the Panch Mahabhut as the basic elements in this world, because of this universe and the material self is formed. And we are targeting at Rudra, at Surya, at Chandra, and all those entities which are actually there to serve, and not only to serve, but also they hold the power to change. So we worship and we honor that divine. And the moment we honor anything which is divine, we try to inculcate that power, that unity, that honoring, that ownership, and that worship that we are doing. For second, it is known as Sangati Karan. Sangati Karan means to come together. It's a harmonious union. And without union, this planet cannot work. Everyone is doing yagya here. Who are these everyone who are doing yagya? The starting from every element on this earth. We start from ocean doing yagya by evaporating the water and giving it to the clouds, and the clouds are getting rain. So what is happening here? It's the essence of giving. And we have lost that essence of giving. We always strive to get something. Let's get something. Let's get well. But the essence and the magic lies in giving. And that's how we get maybe 1,000 times from this universe. So this is the basic thing. Third is dana, or charity, or selfless giving. It is not the charity of money. It is actually the charity of every skill and every energy that we hold. So as per Pandit Ram Sharma Acharya, another revered guru as well, they say that this world is actually like a farmland, right? On which we are sowing seeds and then we get seeds. So whatever you have, we try to invest so that we can get the profit. So we invest with this. And since Sanskrit is the basic thing that we use while doing yagya, then Sanskrit, the Sanskrit effect directly states that it directly helps the neuroplasticity to be improved, our psychological, our physical health to be improved, and whatnot. And these are certain areas where it is written that Rig Veda are the hymns of healing, fire, Yagyagni, and people often say that it is like limited to only the Brahman. Now let me clear this very misconception that the Brahman only can do yagya. So what is Brahman? It's not by birth. We are not born Brahman. Every person born as Shudra. Why are we saying this? because Brahma Acharan, the one who does their living and who lives their life like a Brahma, along with every righteous deed, along with the righteous cognition, that is known as Brahman. Okay, so if we tend to this, then we understand that yajna is not merely a rite, not merely a ritual, it's not merely a philosophy, but 100% scientific method and a system to give that holistic well-being that we are looking for and every person is looking for. That's that serenity of mind that every person is looking for. These are certain definitions. We can skip on that because they are detailed and we have already discussed about them. Now, what are the benefits? If you talk about the effects, if I say that yajna is the environment cleansing practice, will you believe it? Yes, it is, because microbiologically, pharmacologically, and atmospheric differences are seen, psychological differences are seen, not only in the latest researches, but it has been there within our rishis as well. Okay, so these are certain evidences that we can see because these homa or smoke hold this energy to change. Now you may ask that how it actually works and how can it change our thing which is known as psychological. We'll come on that. Before, we have different types of yajna. One is known as Nitya Yajna that we do on a daily basis. Kama Yajna, for example, we desire something, we often do this yajna. Jnani Yajna, one of the purest form of yajna is known as Jnani Yajna. Next is Rashtra Yajna for our Rashtra, and therapeutic yajna, which we'll target in our workshop as well, and which will be guiding and telling how and which yajna we should be performing, how to perform it to get the desired results for our well-being. Next, here we can see the differences that our evidences says, like in the neurological evidences, that our cortisol level, our stress level gets down, and EEG gets better, and every such thing which is there in yajna. Now, along with Sangati Garan, I would like to tell the science behind it. Okay, what is the science behind it? So, everyone just pay a little attention. I'll ask a question. If I have a chili in my hand, if I'm keeping it there in front of you, will it impact you at any ways? Like in any ways? It will not be impacting you. It's a red chili. I'm keeping it in front of you. But the moment I add it to fire, you'll start sneezing, you'll start like coughing, and it will be there in your eyes, you'll be crying, and it will be there and saying, no, 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 don't do it. Why is this happening? Because the moment yajna or fire is there, it does what it does to the element. It becomes subtle. The element becomes subtle. So it's there in the environment and it's there. So it will become easier for us to inhale it directly, and it goes directly to our brain and to our mind and body. Okay, so it's the best way. In the negative sense, you can relate it as people, like if we inject something, there is a duration. Okay, if we inject something in our blood vessels, there is a duration that it has to act. Okay, second, if we take a pill, even it will take time. Maybe if someone is taking a pill of anesthesia, it will take time to revert. But if someone is smelling something, instantly that person can actually like be having the effect which that medicine has. So what is happening here? It's reaching through the nasal cavity directly to the 10 billion cells of your brain, and it's impacting in the positive sense. Why impacting in the positive sense? Because the herbs that we use are so diligently and so carefully selected with the perfect ratio. There are different yajna havan samagris or the oblations or the herbal things that we use. Okay, for example, medheshti for medha, for increasing the intellect power, for heart and coronary heart diseases. We have different types of oblations and samagri. And there are many places where it is being explored, like Brahmavarcha Sodh Sansthan is there in Haridwar. We have pharmacy there. So many people are actually working on it, but still the research is very less. But next, if we look at the differences that it does to three levels. Now, what are these three levels? One is our bodily level, that means our body, our organs, and everything. Second is our sukshma level or subtle level, which is our mind, our thoughts. And third is the emotional level. And these are our three bodies as well. That means our body, mind, and soul. Now, what are things which are helping? At the physical level, the smoke is helping the world, the anti-inflammatory action is happening, the negative ions or the mood enhancement therapy is happening, right? All these things are happening. Second, at the subtle level, the mantras, vibrations. Imagine now the chili when it is added to fire can bring such a difference in the environment. Imagine the mantra getting connected with fire. What a major difference it can occur. Right, so this we have to understand. Next, at causal level, that means at the level of our emotions and what is happening there, we are getting aligned with the rit, with the dharma, with the sustained meditative absorption that can be attained later on. But how to incorporate this yagya as in holistic for holistic well-being? What are the ways and means? So first of all, I would like to tell that since yagya hold this power to bring that change in our cosmic level, at the cellular level, and at the psychological and spiritual level, we need to ensure how are we doing it. And if we are deprived of following this very ritual, this very science, this very philosophy, then we are actually being deprived of a great science. So these are the books, and we'll be targeting the ways and means how to do it, how not to do it. Can we do it with the lamp, a simple lamp? Yes, we'll be discussing all this in our workshop as well for specific disorders. So it's going to be too good when you'll be learning. Even if you don't know the Sanskrit mantras, that's perfectly fine. The pranayam and the yogic technique will work for you. So here is the super science of yagya. So we are reviving IKS, this path, and we are exploring the timeless wisdom of yagya, how it purifies environment, it enhances the mental clarity, it balances emotions, elevates our consciousness, the physical well-being is maintained, social harmony is maintained, planetary health is maintained, sustainable future. And I can claim here and now that Yagya holds the power to address each and every goal which is there as the sustainable developmental goal for the poor, for for the well-being of health, for the well-being of this planet, and for every other thing. Yagya, you can actually rely upon this system, this very system. What are we going to learn in the workshops? So we'll not only be getting the Vedic insights, the knowledge for the modern researchers, but also we'll be telling you which samagri to use. Can you use it from your kitchen, and how you can apply this Agnihotra, and the differences it will make in your children's mind, right? So they'll be having more of IQ, more of intelligent questioned and emotional questioned. We'll be giving you practical guidance on incorporating yagya in daily life. And not only the yagya as a ritual, but the essence of it, the way of giving, the way of incorporating, how you can be of good conduct, how you can follow the righteous path in your life. We'll be providing a roadmap for holistic health and sustainable living. So you'll be ensured, and we'll be doing yagya together with the things which are already there at your home, and we'll be learning. So let's incorporate everything which is there as a benefit of yagya. And to get that, we need to join this very session. For today, if you have any question regarding any issue that you faced, or any query, feel free to ask. So this is the conclusion slide. And if so more, the questions are welcomed. Yes.
I think great topic, Chitra. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chitra Kashyap. Her enlightening talk on super science of Yagya. She beautifully explained how Gayatri inspires righteous thinking, while Yagya nurtures the righteous conduct and reconnects us with our sacred roots. She highlighted the wisdom of Vedas, healing fire hymns from the Rig Veda, ritual procedures and mantras from Yajurveda, sacred chants for harmony from Samaveda, and therapeutic and protective rituals from Atharva Veda. She also emphasized the core values of honoring the divine, cultivating the harmonious relationships, and practicing a charity through selfless giving. Her explanation of yajna across the three dimensions was especially the profound. The sacred smoke purifies the physical level, mantra influences the subtle level, and spiritual intention aligns at the causal level with Turiya, the state of higher consciousness and divine attunement. We sincerely thank Sushri Chitra Kashyap for revealing the scientific, spiritual, and transformative significance of yajna. To know more, all please connect and register yourself for the workshop. Thank you. Thank you. Now, let me invite. Thank you. We are not able to hear you.
Just that if anyone is facing anxiety and psychological disorders, being into counseling, they must join this workshop for sure.
Yeah, someone asking experiments on yajna should be done live or not. Can you do the experiment on the yajna on the live? That's the question.
Yes, because it's not going to be a simple experiment. It's doing the samohik yagya. Samohik means together. So definitely we can do it live and it's not going to be very harmful or something. This is assured because I keep doing yagya, I keep doing these sessions, and so no need to worry at all. It's a yagya and we'll be incorporating deep yagya first. That means with the help of lamp. Yes,
With the
we
help
have
of lamp.
done it for
Okay.
25 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Now let me introduce our next speaker. I'm trying to bring her to Meghna Gandhi. I'm calling out you for the next one. Srimati Meghna Gandhi is a multi-award winning inner power expert and founder of Idu Harijan Infinite Learning. A strategic leader, author, and Indic wisdom educator, she empowers the women to realize that their fullest potential through a distinctive integration of mindfulness, Indic wisdom, and practical empowerment techniques. Renewed for facilitating meaningful and lasting transformation, Meghna is a trusted mentor who helps individuals master their mindset, rediscover their inner strength, and enhance their overall quality of life. Her impactful contributions have earned her several prestigious honors, including the Pride of Maharashtra Award. Join her transformative journey to awaken your inner power, unlock your true potential, and create a life purpose, fulfillment, and well being. All of you join with me to welcome Srimati Meghna Gandhi. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. So let's start with the prayer first. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunakatu Sahaviryam Karivavahi Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidishambhahi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namaste everyone and a very warm welcome. Thank you so much for taking out your valuable time to be here today. So before we jump in, take a quiet moment to reflect on your life. Have you ever felt like you are putting in your best effort and taking 2 steps forward, and unexpected setback to push your 4 steps back? In those moments, it feels like you are right back where you started, doesn't it? So most of the time, we brush it off as bad luck or poor thing. But deep down, you know that it is not the whole truth. Now, please recall the childhood memory of sitting on the floor, rolling the dice in the snakes and ladders board game. 1 minute you are climbing high on a long ladder, feeling unstoppable. And the next minute, a snake brings you all the way back down. That up and down pattern you played on a paper as a kid is the exit cycle playing out in your everyday life, career, and relationship. What most of us don't realize is that it was never just a casual board game. Over 1,000 years ago, right here in India, it was created as a deeply scared spiritual
But is it frozen for me or it is frozen for everybody?
No, I cannot also hear you.
If she's not able to
Ah,
reach out to her, if is there any problem, then we can go to the next speaker.
Okay, give me 1 minute.
blueprint we will uncover together. So on day one, just a minute. Hello.
yeah, no, you are off for a while. That's the reason I think call.
Okay. Okay. So from where I start, please recall the childhood memory.
Next future. Wi-Fi change.
Just give me a 2 minutes. I'm just doing.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Prasanna, ma'am, we can have the Shri Ravi Prakash Arya sir now. Then
Okay.
we can
Okay.
have Meghna ma'am.
Okay. Let me introduce. I think she's sharing screen or what? I'm not able to. Okay, let me see. Let me introduce our Professor Ravi Prakash Arya. He is a widely traveled. Oh, Meghna ji, are you able to hear? Get
Yes.
it back now.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
I'm again starting from where I left. Okay. So now please recall that the childhood memory of the sitting on the floor and rolling the dice in the snakes and ladder board games. 1 minute, you are climbing high on a long ladder, feeling unstoppable. And the next minute, a snack brings you all the way back down. that up and down pattern you played on a paper as a kid is the exit cycle playing out in our everyday life, career, and relationship. What most of us don't realize is that it was never just a casual board game. Over 1,000 years ago, right here in India, it was created as a deeply scared spiritual divination system called Mokspatam. When it was adapted globally, its spiritual roots were stripped away, turning a profound tool into a simple game of chance. But in reality, Mokshpatam is an exact spiritual GPS of our subconscious mind, our daily choice, and our karmic patterns. So, to help you master this ancient Vedic science, I have structured our 2-day workshop directly around the core secret revealed in my published book. Here is a quick look at the deep spiritual blueprint we will uncover together. So, on day 1, we will decode all 72 squares, mapping how your virtues, vice, and daily choice cause your consciousness to ascend or descend. We will also learn how the 7 chakras, 5 elements, that is the 5 tattvas, and the 9 planetary rulers, graha, control your karmic patterns and shape your inner energy structure. And along with this, we will discover how sattva, rajas, and tamas influence your decisions, your daily actions, and learn how to break free from recurring negative cycle. On day 2, we will explore the 4 major stages of spiritual evolutions, tracking how a soul moves from lower plants toward ultimate liberation. That is our Purushat and our Mokshas. So, and along with this, you will master the traditions, rules of play, learning, and scare preparation rituals, and the intuitive mapping techniques to get instant clarity for any life questions. We will also perform live soul journey readings for each participant and hold on an interactive question answer to answer your personal questions. When you master the 72 parts, the planetary influence, and the chakra mechanisms behind this board, you stop repeating old mistakes and finally take the complete control of your life's directions. The most beautiful part of this entire system is this mokspatam is the only healing divinational tool where you can actually map your own soul journey. There is no other system in the world that reveals the exact spiritual positions and evolutions of your soul in real time. So now let me share my screen with you. Um, You can see the board on your screen right now. Okay, so
Yes.
let's do a quick live divination exercise together so you can experience its own power for yourself. I want everyone to gently close your eyes for a moment. Surrender your thoughts to the universe. Bring a specific question to your mind. Something you are currently seeking deep clarity on regarding your career or your relationship or your personal life. Before opening your eyes, make a strong inner declarations with me. When I open my eyes, whichever box my attention lands on first will be the direct answer to my question from the universe based on my current karma. Now hold that intention in your mind and slowly open your eyes. Look at the screen and note down the very first box eyes land on. Was it a box with a ladder? Was it a box with a snack? Or was it a specific name square box? Every single box carries an exact unfiltered message for your soul's journey. So this is the just tiny glimpse of how Mokshpatam gives you instant clarity. In our 2-day workshop, you will learn how to decode every single one of these 72 boxes and master this practical divination technique for yourself and others. So, to practice alongside me during our 2-day workshop and use this CAD tool in your daily life, you will need the official Mokshpatam complete physical kit. Your kit includes 3 essential components. The one is published Mokshpatam book, which is a comprehensive reference guide detailing all 72 boxes, spiritual interpretations, and step-by-step reading techniques. The second one is authentic physical Mokshpatam board. And the third one is dice system. So how do you sign up? As soon as we wrap up this presentation, the management team will share a Google registration form in the chat box. Anyone who wants to join us for this 2-day workshop just need to fill out that form. Remember, at the end of the form, in the content, comments, or note sections, please make sure to write the words physical kit in a bold letters so the team can reserve your physical kit immediately. We have a very limited supply of physical kits available. So as soon as the link drops in the chart, make sure to sign up and mention physical kit in a bold letter and secure your seat right away. Thank you so much. I look forward to guiding you all in the workshop. There is a special note. If you want to unlock the hidden message behind the box you picked today, just now in a live sessions. So email me your box number and I will send you the detailed interpretations of your box. So let's end this sessions with the Santi mantra. ॐ सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णा भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु ॐ शान्तिः 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 Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for thank you so much for such a insightful session, and also you gave what is coming up in the 2-day workshop, uncovering our inner blueprint. You beautifully explained how the 7 chakras, 5 tattvas shape our energy centers, and how the 3 gunas also will have influence on our mood, thoughts, and energy. Wisdom and spiritual practices can strengthen our intuition and support the inner transformation. The workshop is fascinating exploration of soul journey prints and all 72 boxes of Mokshapatam, revealing the deeper lessons of life's spiritual journey. She emphasized that when we understand our inner patterns, we stop repeating the same mistakes, make wiser choices, and progress more consciously in the life. We sincerely thank Srimati Meghna Gandhi for offering us the profound roadmap towards self awareness, growth, and liberation. Thank you so much. And, ma'am, can you, because you said like you are going to send the specific number, can you drop your email so that our participants can email you?
Okay.
Now, let me introduce the next speaker, Sri Ravi Prakash Arya. Professor Ravi Prakash Arya is widely traveled internationally and renowned Vedic scholar, philologist, historian, philosopher, and Vedic healer. He has served as a UGC chaired professor and as a member of the Haryana State Higher Education Council. He is the chief editor of Vedic Science and president of Vedic Science Virtual Vishwavidyapeeth. A prolific author of Professor Arya has written more than 100 books exploring the Vedas, Vedic science, philosophy, culture, and civilization. Through his extensive scholarship and distinguished service, he has made a significant contribution to the study, preservation, and dissemination of the India's timeless Vedic heritage. Let us all join with me to welcome Professor Ravi Prakash Arya. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation, and session is over to you.
Thank you. So, I'm thankful to Vedic Wellness University for its programs, for inviting me. And today my subject is Deva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. In fact, Vedic system or Vedic Shastras, and in our Vedic culture, we all know, we believe in Punarjanma, rebirth. And every birth, our future birth, is shaped by the sanskaras of our previous life. So present life, present birth is also shaped by our past life sanskaras. So every sanskar that is going to shape our next life. In Vedanta Darshan, it is said, Sanskara Bijata Srishti. These sanskar, they act as the seed for our next life. So now, first of all, we must understand what is sanskar. Sanskar is the information stored by our mind. Whatever we do, whatever we think, whatever we speak, the company we maintain. So all these activities when we perform, their sanskaras, the information of such activities that is stored into our mind, and that stored information at psychological level, that is known as sanskara. But when we take the next life, those psychological imprints or impressions stored into our mind, they transform into biological DNA, RNA, and genes, and they are going to shape our next future life. Patanjali has made a very important uh, observation on this system. Patanjali says in his Yoga Darshan, Sati Mule Tad Vipako Jatyayura Bhogaha. Because of these sanskaras, we get in our next life, our jati, means our species is determined. Whether based upon our sanskaras, we are going to have the next species as a human being or animal beings or whatever it is. Then our ayu, the lifespan on that in that next species, and bhoga, what we are going to experience at our physical level, mental level, the sufferings or pleasures that we are going to experience in our next life, that is going to be determined based upon our present life karmas. So this karmic system, it travels along with us in the form of sanskar, and it makes us feel pleasure or pain, suffering, physical pains, physical suffering, mental suffering, and all this is a network of all these things. So the Ayurveda in India, Ayurveda is the ancient most system of therapy developed by the seers, Vedic seers of this land. And keeping in view of this entire system, Ayurveda talks about three types of therapies. Chikitsha. Charak says, Trividham aushadham, Daiva vyapashrayam, Yukti vyapashrayam, Satvavajayascha. Tatra Daiva vyapashrayam, Mantra aushadhi maniman mangal bali upahara hom niyam prayaschitta upavasa swastena pranipat gamanadi. And further he says, Yukti vyapashrayam punar ahar aushadha dravyanam yojana satvavajayasya punarhitebhyo arthebhyo mano nigraha. Means, if I summarize it, Ayurveda says that the treatment of human diseases, whether they are at physical level or at mental level, they can be treated with three types of therapies. One therapy is known as Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, and the second one is known as Yukti Vyapashraya, and third one is known as Sattva Vajayas. Only these three therapies are there to heal a person who is suffering either from due to his past life sanskaras, karmas, or his present situations and physical conditions. So Yukti Vyapashraya is very simple. Whatever we do, medications and surgery, whatever treatment is done through medications and surgery, that is normally known as Yukti Vyapashraya Chikitsha. And Sattvavajaya Chikitsha is the Chikitsha done through the control of mind. Because this mind, it keeps us running into different things. Sometimes those aspects that food mind want to have us a particular type of food, but that food may not be compatible with our body constitution. Mind takes us to some tamasic or rajasic things, so that are going to create problems or going to have adverse effect on our health, on our mind and physical. So Ayurveda talks about the Sattva Vajaya. And Sattva Vajaya, this control of mind, is nothing but the yogic therapy. Patanjali says yogas chitta vritti nirodha, withdrawal of the mind to certain specific things or tamasic ideologies, tamasic things, tamasic food, or rajasic things. So when the mind is withdrawn from all these things, then the stability or good health and good, system of the body develops. So similarly, the third one is Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. What is Daiva? Daiva, what we inherit from our past life karmas, that is known as Daiva. So we inherit from our past life karmas the health, as I told, as per Patanjali's Yoga Darshan, our lifespan, the species we are going to be born, and our bhoga, whether we are going to suffer mentally, physically, or economically, whatever it is there. So that is, all these things are being inherited from our past life karmas. So this Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, when a person is ill or deceased or having some disease, and the doctors giving him medication, giving him surgery and so many things, and sometimes the mental problems cannot be healed by any other things. So those incurable diseases or incurable physical health or mental health problems, if they are not going to be healed with medication, surgery, and all these things, that means we have inherited all those things from our past life due to our past karmas, and they cannot be healed, because whatever we have done, whatever karma we have done, the result of that karma is to be experienced by us. Definitely there is nothing which can prevent us from being experience those karmas. But our dharma shastras, they also say that certain karmas, when we perform in our present life, they can be treated, or their results can be overturned through certain techniques, and those techniques, they are known as prayashchitta and other things. So whatever we perform, that is definitely to be experienced by us. There are certain actions which fructify within seconds. There are certain actions which fructify within years. There are certain actions which fructify within they don't fructify within this life, but they fructify in the next life. So whatever we inherit in our present life, mostly it is based upon the system of karmas that we have done in the past life. So all these things, this Daiva Vyapashraya is mainly deal with all such problems that we have inherited from our past life. So in this Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, the main thing we must know that human life, and there is a difference between human life and the difference between animal life. The human life, that is known as karma yoni as well as bhoga yoni. Indian philosophers, they explain the rationale behind Deva Vyapashraya Chikitsa through the concept of karma yoni and bhoga yoni. The human birth is unique because it is simultaneously karma yoni, a field for performing new actions, and bhog yoni, a field for experiencing the consequences of the karmas or the sanskaras we have accumulated in our present life as well as in past life. Unlike other living beings, human beings possess highly developed intellectual discriminatory power, manual dexterity, enabling them to consciously perform virtuous or harmful actions that shape future destinies. They can perform deliberately, consciously, virtuous as well as harmful actions that they are going to shape our future destiny. The human hands, because in human species we have hands, and these hands symbolized that we are the karma yoni. In other species, the animals or they do not have hands. Some chimpanzees or the others they have hands, but those hands are also being used as legs. So only human species is a species where you can perform new karmas, where you can do something to expiate the results done by the wrong actions done by us through our karmas or through our system of observations and practices. So most other species primarily experience the fruits of the previously accumulated karma and possess no freedom for consciously shaping future karmic outcomes. And this opportunity is available only in human life. That is why our philosophers, the Vedic philosophers, says that this human life is very precious. Utilize it for good things and do not utilize it in tamasic and rajasic pravrittis or tendencies. Try to be more sattvic. Try to gain the highest rajasic level. Therefore, while every embodied being undergoes the results of the past actions, human birth uniquely provides the opportunity to transform one's future through righteous conduct, self-discipline, a spiritual practice, and wisdom. Accordingly, Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsha seeks not merely to relieve disease, but also to assist the individual in harmonizing with the deeper moral and spiritual laws governing human existence. It therefore represents the spiritual dimension of Vedic healing, complementing the rational therapies of Yukti Vyapashraya and Sattva Vajaya Chikitsha. For such conditions, Ayurveda prescribes all these problems which cannot be cured through Yukti Vyapashraya or Sattva Vajaya Chikitsha. Ayurveda prescribes a complete set of chikitsa, and that is complete set. It's not one chikitsa, it's not one practical thing or method that we can observe. And Ayurveda says, Tatra Daiva Vyapashrayam Mantra Aushadhi Mani Mangala Bali Upahara Homa Niyam Prayashchitta Upavasa, Swasti, Ayana, Pranipata, Gamanadi. All these things are included into Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. First one is the mantra. So we can chant mantras, and mantras, they create good vibration around us. There are many types of the mantras, Vedic mantras as well as tantric mantras. We must understand that Vedic system is sattvic system. The Vedic mantras, when they are chanted, they create such a vibration in the atmosphere, and those vibrations, they are going to create a tower, a spiritual tower, where a person who is chanting or the sitting in that atmosphere, they are influenced by it, and it has all sattvic effect on our minds. But there are also tantric mantras. Tantric mantras are considered to be more rajasic or tamasic level. So the effect of the Vedic mantra is very much high as regard to the tamasic, tantric mantras. And sometimes we see today the people, they have coined their own mantras. That is their personal inventions. That has nothing to do with the Vedic healing. Today, so many things have been made prevalent in the name of Vedas. Whatever we do, we talk about that this is Vedic healing. But whatever is Vedic, that is mentioned in the Vedas, in our Dharma Shastras, in Ayurveda and Vedic texts. So the next chikitsha paddhati in Daiva Vyapashraya chikitsha is Aushadhi. Aushadhi, it's not the medication or administration of medicine to a suffering human being, but sometime Ayurveda also suggest, also propose that some roots of the Aushadhi can be worn, can be tied to the body, and they have some healing effect on our minds. So the wearing herbs or the roots to some body parts, just like people today, they make some yantras and they tell you that you tie it. So Ayurveda talks about the certain type of medicines. They can heal you if you wear them in your body. So that is known as Aushadhi Chikitsa. And the next one is known as Mani Chikitsa. That is also the certified Ayurvedic treatment. When we talk about the money means we can say it's a gemotherapy, wearing gems, or color treatment also, because different type of gems, they have different type of colors. So for different conditions, different type of gems are required. Just like anxiety and fear is there, then pearl will be more suitable. If emotional instability is there, emerald will help you. Depression or heaviness is there, yellow sapphire will help you. Anger or agitation is there, blue sapphire is going to help you. Low confidence is there, which sometimes we don't have confidence, then the coral, they are going to help you. If confusion is there, diamond is going to help us. So this is known as Mani Chikitsha. After that comes the Homa therapy, Home Chikitsha, because in Indian system, we have Pancha Mahayajnas. It's a very vast topic. There are Shrauta Yajnas, there are Griha Yajnas. In Griha Yajnas, there is also one set of yajna. It's known as Panch Mahayajnas. Shrauta Yajnas are mostly the symbolic yajnas that define the process of creation at different levels. In fact, yajna itself means the process of origin and process of creation. Those sanskaras are there. Griha yajnas, they deal with the sanskaras of the human beings. Because sanskar is also a sort of refinement, inculcation of good qualities into human being. The seer says, Gunantara dhanam sanskarak muchyate. When a human, prior to his birth till death, 16 main sanskaras are there. And those sanskaras are the processing of a human being for his transformation from a crude human being to the divine being. So those sanskaras are there, and along with those griha yajnas or sanskaras, there are panch mahayajnas, 5 great yajnas. And among those 5 great yajnas, there is one yajna known as Agnihotra or the Homa. When this Homa is performed, it purifies the atmosphere around us, and in that purified atmosphere, certain herbal types of oblations, certain particular herbal oblations will be given for the persons who needs to be treated. And those herbal oblations, they create such a purified atmosphere where patient, he will feel stabilized himself, or he will feel mentally stable, and he will feel that he has no more some mental or physical problems. Even yajna is such an important aspect. Ayurveda says whatever medicine we orally take, if they are offered to the fire, they create the same effect. They create the same effect in the body as the effect is being generated by their oral intake. So this is the yajna system. And by chanting Vedic mantras, we can perform yajna. Another treatment is suggested as the upavasa, fasting. The Indian culture is embedded with this knowledge system. We perform different type of fasts. So this fasting, it also heals the body. It also cures the body. If you avoid a food for one day, it is going to, it will keep you healthy for another 7 days. So this fasting, then Mangala Kriyas, auspicious rites. The Ayurveda suggests in Daiva Vyapashaya Chikitsa, where the incurable, a person is suffering from incurable disease, he must be allowed to perform all Mangala Karyas, giving gifts to the poor, giving, holding such good programs which will create a positive vibration, a positive atmosphere and environment. So it's all detailed one. Then next one is Bali Vaishadeva, Bali Vaishadeva Yajna or Bali Chikitsa. Bali Chikitsa, it's not, sacrificing an animal. Bali means just to keep the share of your food for the animals that or the small living beings that are living in your vicinity or surrounding. So feeding birds, feeding some animals, feeding chants, that is known as Bali Chikitsa, Bali Vaishwadeva Chikitsa. But here in Tantrika system and in some absurd practices have started prevailing. People say Bali means sacrificing, killing something before a deity. But in Vedic system, Bali means the share. Whatever you want to eat, you give the share from food to other small living beings which cannot survive without your help or your uh, feeding. So that is known as Bali or Bali Vaishwadeva Yajna. Bali Vaishwadeva Yajna is also among the five great Mahayajnas or Panch Mahayajnas. Then the next treatment is known as Upahara. Upahara means charity, donations, gifts given to the deserving persons, not to undeserving persons. If that dana is given to the undeserving person, that has no effect on your body. If the dan is given for your name and fame, that has no effect to your body or to your mental system. So that upahara is to be given to the patra, the deserving person. The next chikitsha is a niyama. Niyama, it's mentioned in Patanjali's Yoga Darshan, the yama and niyama is there. Yam is the social discipline and the niyam is the self-discipline. So these are most important aspects for self-healing. And niyam, what are the niyamas Patanjali describes? Shaucha, Santosha tapaha ishvara pranidhanani niyamaha. This shaucha means the purity of mind, body, and soul. That is shaucha. Contentment, santosha, swadhyaya, the study, pranidhanani, surrender to the Brahman. All these are known as niyamas. I'm going to wrap it up because I think I'm going to cross the time allotted to me. So the tapaha is also there. Bhagavad Gita in 17th chapter, the tapa has been described. It may be the sharirika tapa, it may be the vachik tapa, it may be mansik tapa. So that is also described or prescribed for under Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. Then the next one is the Prayashchitta. And Prayashchitta and Vratas are there in Dharma Shastras. They talk about the various types of Prayashchitta system. There are so many types of vratas. Prajapatya vrata, Shantapana vrata, Kritsra vrata, Ati Kritsra vrata, Tapta Kritsra vrata, Chandrayana vrata. These are all going to help us in, healing our body, mind, and all the health. Then the Swasti Ayana is there. Swasti Vachan you can do. There are mantras of Swasti or all benedictory rites we can perform. Then a pranipata is there. That is most important aspect. Taking care or giving respect to elderly persons in our house, in the society, our teachers, the scholars, the sannyasis, that is known as pranipata. And our dharma shastras, the niti shastras says, abhivadan shilasya nityam vradhopasevinah sattvari tasya varadhante ayura vidya yashobara. A person who bows before the elderly persons, pay respect, homage to them, to their teachers, sannyasis, scholars, he is benefited by four things: ayu, long, healthy lifespan; vidya, and yasha, the name and fame; bala, the physical health. So this is also very important. And that the last one in Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa is the gaman. Visiting scholars, tirtha. In Vedic system, Guru is also the tirtha, and other pilgrimage we do, those tirtha stalas, good places, and sannyasis, the ashramas, you can visit and you will be healed automatically through this entire system. So these are the measures intended to pacify or mitigate the effects of the adverse karmic influences inherited by human beings from their previous birth. So this system is not going to be implemented in a proper way. And if this system, there is just every protocol is there for all these systems. If those protocols are followed, we will be alleviate the suffering of humanity at large. I think, thank you for the time given to me. Thank you very much.
That was a very nice explanation, sir. We really enjoyed understanding the various aspects of the remedial things, yeah, in the Vedic system. Yeah, we know some of them, but this was a very good explanation what you gave us. Elaborative one to understand each aspects of the Vedic systems, Vedic systems. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Ravi Prakash Arya. Thank you for your insightful, enlightening speech on Vedic healing. Your expertise have deepened our understanding on this subject. Also, registration link is in our WhatsApp community. We'll now move to Professor Supratim Chaudhary. He is a spiritual teacher, meditation and consciousness researcher, author, and founder of Kaivalya Ashram. His spiritual journey has been guided through the lineages of Kaula Advait, Tantra, Kriya Yoga, Vaishnava Bhakti, Siddha Mahayoga, Vedanta, Reiki, and the guidance under the guidance of revered gurus, including Srimat Debananda Tirthnath, Sri Swapan Kumar Ghosh, Sri Utpal Chaudhary, Srimat Yogi Susanta Swamiji, Sadguru Greg Hagi, and other spiritual masters. He is a Reiki Grandmaster, Kundalini Reiki master, Chi Ball healing master, and has developed cosmic healing, Vajra healing, Sun healing, Advaita healing, Reiki, Shakti meditation. He is author of 9 books and over 15 research based papers. He mentors disciples, practitioners across the world. His approach emphasizes real transformation, discipline, practice, experimental learning, and scientific research oriented approach to spiritual and self realization. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. First and foremost thing, I pay my honor and respect to Vedic Wellness University, Veda Sampada 2026, and respected Dr. Prasanna Purvi, who contacted me, and to all the organizing committee of this wonderful conference. My respect and deepest reverence goes to all the speakers today on this platform. Before we begin, a small prayer. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunakto Sahaviryang Karvavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Vidveshavahe Hari Om. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachvate Purnasya Purnamada Purnam Meva Vashishvate. So, like we want to understand today that about the workshop that I would be telling, I would like to put up a small presentation. Just hold on. Yeah. Is my screen visible? I think. Can anyone say, please, that is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the concept that we would be working on the on the workshop is the Panchakosh meditation and prana healing. Before I go into this topic, there are certain things which I would definitely like to touch upon. Veda, the most ancient and the most ancient text of realization, where it is said, Aham Brahmasmi, I am that supreme. Now, if I am that supreme, the question is, then why do I need to heal? If I am that, then why is the question of healing coming? The reason is there are two aspects. One is the pure state of consciousness and its manifested forms. The manifested forms starts from projection of the mind, the ego, the causal body, then coming to the please body, the Anandamay Kosh, then the logical part of us, that's the Vijnanamay Kosh, Manamay Kosh, then the energy body, then we come to the gross body, that is Annamay Kosh. Now, this awareness that we are having is ducked basically at the gross level or to certain extent as per the present generation and the expansion of universe is concerned, we are more or less able to understand the subtleties in a natural way. Natural way, when we talk about, we say when the awakening within us happens through the Prakriti Shakti. Shakti is one. It has manifested into different forms. If the human body is considered, the left-hand side, that's the Ida, function as the Shakti corresponding to the right hand side, which we can call as the state of consciousness. Let me be very careful on stating certain things. I don't teach from understanding books. I teach from my 35 years of sadhana into different months. And presently I belong to the Tirtha Sampradayas of Shaktipat order and monks of Shaktipat. Veda, or whatever distinctions we make, Rajasi, Tamasi, Sattvic, if I go and in reflection or in context to, or in reference to the pure state of consciousness, no avastha, no guna can be considered as pure, not even the sattvic. But to be in the society, to be in our regular life, to have a happy materialistic life, we need to consider this. So, if we look into things from, let's go from the gross level, that our body, that is the constituent factor, from the energy body, the energy through the thoughts. Thoughts is influenced through the logics of the minds. That is influenced through the samaskaras at the causal body. And if all this that is presently functioning, the whole mechanism of the body or the functioning of human being, if I call it, all these systems are functioning at an integrated level. This integrated functioning, once realized, once understood, has been named as realized texts of various scriptures. Until unless one has ever realized this, how come these texts or things has been produced? Now, this realization will also happen in terms of your own views and samaskaras, the filters that we are having within us. We may not know about them, we may not be aware of them. How can you be aware of what are the filters, what are the seeds of filters that you have been carrying with you years, births after birth in your causal body, isn't it? So, I won't go into much theory because in my system, in my ashram also, wherever I've been taking classes for the youngsters, I directly tell them, you need to practice, be committed, understand and realize by your own. The concept of Guru Sishwa does dissolve at a certain point. So don't create any dharana. If Chitta Vritti Nirodha has to be realized, then dharana has to be minimized. I use the word minimized because if it is not minimized, if you completely lose dharana, then it is a chance that you will be falling into the void state at such a random way that you won't be able to absorb it. Okay, so if we want to progress, if we want to understand the cause of the suffering and heal from the root, the way that we have to move is acceptance first, because whatever you are carrying, that you have already accumulated in the past. Now, if you bang your head in the wall also, you cannot remove it unless certain prakriya, that is an opposite power, is being applied to it. Because the universe runs in a theory called pendulum theory. If you have acquired to the potential energy to go to the left side of the pendulum, You remember, actually, it is gaining the potential energy to go to the right side, or the Newtonians, every action, third law, every action has an opposite reaction. Simple fundamentals. This present generation, or the generation which is coming up, they are experimental in nature, understand scientific inquiry into the subject, understand the right way to witness what you are telling. Theory won't work here, because present generation wants to be healed by some mechanism. So whatever the speakers were talking on this platform was a very good system of how do you heal them. Similarly, this subject I am talking about is also a mechanism to invite the greatest healer within you. Invite the greatest healer. What is that invitation to which greatest healer? Your awareness. The Drashta Swarupa. From Drashta Swarup to Sakshi Swarup. Then finally there is no Sakshi, there is no Atma. Nothing. When your awareness is trapped within the causal aspect, we call it as Atma, Jiva Atma. When that causal aspect dissolves, there is no difference between the Jiva and the Paramatma. It has been always free. Traps are within that has been created by our own choice in the past. Simple way to go into such deepest area is to understand the Annamaya Kosh, then to your energy level, how your energy is functioning at the various energy centers of the body, which we call as chakra. Then moving beyond the chakras, understanding how thoughts are impacting your energy flow, uncontrolled awareness, because wherever your awareness goes, the energy will flow into that area. So if you are aware of where is your thoughts taking you, whether it is being a tamasic thoughts, that what sir was telling before me, whether it's a rajasic thought or whether it's a swatic thought, accordingly, you have to accept that present moment and you have to heal it. Now, if we do not do this awareness, understanding, then that particular seed will not be destroyed and it will give into a result of cross manifestation. So everything whatsoever we are experiencing at the cross level, we are experiencing blockages at the pranic level, whatever the thoughts it is generating, and whatever the vichars that are being generated to the logical interpretation is all due to one body called the causal body. If that can be healed, you can have a childlike life, right? It does not mean you are not going to have the reflective consciousness understanding. That does not mean at all that you are going to call a glass of water a glass of milk. No. But your understanding levels will be more pure. So if this kind of healings goes on, now this will first, the human being, that multi-layers that we are having will be understood through awareness and is going to be healed. There are energy mechanisms that each of these layers are going to be being flowed through. Then there is one mechanism which I would definitely speak upon on the day of the workshop is how one can make the Sakshi Bhav being the Drashta, how you can get closer to the Sakshi Bhav and touch the Sakshi Bhav with the area that is under flame. Once you do that, it's called, it dissolves into the pure state of consciousness. This is a layer by layer healing which we can practice, for which you don't need any specific mechanism. The whole life is a sadhana. 24/7 is a sadhana. Every single breath you do is for your awakening. You cannot deny, whether we deny it from the gross perspective, it is just like our intellectuality. But at the supreme level, this does not have anything to do. So if you want the real bliss, if you want that when you present yourself, the bliss automatically flows. If that should be the state, then you have to understand the healing should have been done from the root, from the causal. Now, one question that I would always be asking to various sessions I conduct. In olden days, we used to see that yogis, sadhaks, used to travel top of the mountain at the Himalayan ranges or maybe other hill ranges, and they used to do their sadhana. What is the reason? At the gross level, you can say that there is peace, no noise, harmony, climate, many other things you can be there. Then the temperature, all these things are good. But the ultimate factor is the access to the neutrinos. When we call about this Panch Kosha, people generally feel that the Sahasrara is the ultimate. Nothing. Sahasrara is nothing. I am telling it with a very confident because I told you until unless I realize something, I don't speak. Sahasrara is also a void state. Even if you move higher to Sahasrara, you get a point called Bindu. Call it as Bindu or you call it in any name, but it's a point. You perforate and you move, maybe it's just an assumption. 100 feet up to it, you get to a nanoest point, which you can just imagine that it's just a point, like you can feel it, but it is undefinable point. Just undefinable point. What science in 2012, NASA told it as God particle, or maybe it was also known as Higgs boson's particle. If you penetrate and move ahead, it is the space of Akhanda Chaitanya. That is unexplained. Akhanda Chaitanya. Once somebody steps into it, that's okay. But I have seen in many cases that there has been a random awakening. The Sushumna channel has been some way opened up, but they still live in world being unaware. These are practical cases. They know they are They have witnessed the highest state, but still they suffer from disease, they suffer from mental clutters, they suffer from many other problems like anybody do. Then where is the end of suffering? The end of suffering will only come when the pranic body, the prana, will heal the more than 72,000 nadis and the whole system within us. If that is done, automatically there is no residue and there will be no heaviness that will lead you somewhere near to that point and then make you come back again to face your karma. You cannot escape your karmic baggages that you are carrying. So karmic baggages means the patterns that we are creating in our mind. That's why in Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna says, Karvanya Vabhikaraste Mahaphaleshu Kadachan. How? If I ask the question, how? That means being aware. When I do something, we just do everything in an autopilot mode. It is not an autopilot mode, child. It is being aware of what you are doing. If I am writing, I am only writing into it. Our brain is focused. That's why we call dhyana. That's why the question of dharana came. But nowadays, in the term of multitasking, we, being non-aware, we have segmented, fragmented our neurons into multi-dimension. But we are not aware. And that creates automatic patterns in our subconscious mind. Chitragupta, we heard about this one, who takes the photographs being in a very hidden state. Who is that? Your subconscious mind. All patterns are there stored for you. Okay, I am here. I will come at the right time to see you. So why? Because it is me who have created. I have to first. Then what can make sure that this is not created? Only way is being aware. So when we are approaching awareness, it is always, you will see right now, even if you look at something, you have our awareness always tends to move out of the eyes. But if the awareness, if you are become the sakshi of the drashta, then you will see how the awareness is functioning. You can also be a sakshi. So if we move step by step into this drashta root, then sakshi root, because beyond sakshi you cannot move. If you move beyond sakshi, it's like undefinable state. In Mandukya Upanishad, it's been defined as state beyond Turiya. Now, if I come to another, this one. Yes. When we talk about the very exciting word enlightenment, people are always enlightened, and people think a lot on this, that I want to be enlightened. I want to achieve mukti. Believe me, when you achieve it, you will say that you have been always, you are mukt. Then what from we are trying to get liberated? It is the liberation from all patterns at our conscious mind, that's reflective conscious mind, subconscious mind, and super subconscious, connected to your causal body, where the seeds are there of your karmic patterns of the previous birth. And accordingly, if you look at the dome of your head, the first phase of awakening happens from the frontal side, the Pashu Pritti. Then it happens through the middle portion. Then at the back of your backside of the whole system, through medulla oblongata. So it can be said that if the nervous system opens up, what does it in short means? The Sahasrara and the Muladhara should open. Let's take an example. You have a bottle filled with air. And in this ambience, there are airs. Okay. Suppose I open the lid and I also make a sectional cut at the bottom of the bottle. Now, will that air inside the bottle, and the air outside in the room will have any difference? No, because the air inside and the air outside is mixed and you cannot distinguish. And this what happens in liberation. Your awareness, your consciousness, which is in this body manifested into who you are, with baggages of karma, baggages of samaskaras and everything. And identifies that this bottle is me, this body is me, this prana is me, these thoughts is me, this vichar is me, even the causal body is me. Moment this opens up, then two has to open. Remember, Sahasrara and the Muladhara. We are always busy from Sadhishtan to Agya Chakra, but we do not understand all these are being held from top and bottom. Muladhara cannot be opened. Muladhara can be cleaned, can be awakened, but it cannot be totally opened until unless Sahasrara is totally opened. Or what is this concept of opening means? The nerve junctions will open up at your top of your head. Static electricity will come out. And similarly from the toe region, when the Muladhara opens, it is all the game of nervous system. If this totally opens up, you can see this picture, how step by step things happens, how the opening process starts, then how it enters into Shushumna, then the total nervous system, that is 114 chakras. We identified 3 granthis. There are innumerable granthis in our body. Innumerables. Wherever there is a junction point, it is a granthi. This has to be cleared, and then there is a free flow of prana. You do not realize something beyond, something after or past. You are that present completely. But to go into this, the healing must start from the Annamaya. Then we have to move into the pranamaya, where the energy is getting locked into the nervous system and not flowing. How do we understand? Close the eyes and let be a natural state. And then we go into the Manomaya, understanding the thoughts and getting detached to the thoughts, be it a very sattvic thoughts. Remember, we get stuck because whenever something good things happens, our mind is always a master of us, which is actually the opposite. Whenever something good happens, some good experiences happens, some very subtle, very big experiences happens, yes, that's of course a demarcation of your moving to the higher consciousness, but it is not the end. We hold it to it. Acha experience aa gaya. No, sir. It is experience. Then where comes Vedic thoughts? If the neti is not applied over there, we need to move forward. If you hold that experience, you are accumulating energy towards going to one of the direction, either right or the left of the pendulum. So opposite thing has to come to break it. So these concepts of neti has to be there within us, the 24/7 in an automated process. So whenever a thought or a seed generates from the causal comes to the area of your superconscious, then to your subconscious, integrating the images that you are having accumulated in this birth and projecting it because that subconscious, that seed is there, it will come and reflect to the pictures that you have accumulated in this birth and will come to the conscious and you respond to it. Simple thing. Now in this way, if we go, if the awareness moves to that and understands that this is a causal and it can be really happening, that it's just a reflection coming. You reject it. And even if you want, you can project it. But if you want to have a sattvic, if you are going to have a divine, if you want to move in a very authentic way, you have to move through tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic. If I tomorrow say that I am very sattvic in nature, but there is one tamasic seed is there in the causal body, which I have accumulated maybe when I was an animal, eating raw flesh. Can you deny that? Denial has nothing to do, because in reflection to Brahma, Sattvic, Tamasic, Rajasic, all are same. There is no difference. True reference to that ultimate. We are no greater. This human body who is speaking to you, those who are listening, is no greater to that ultimate. If it has created something manifested into the world, there is a reason for his compassion. I should not know that whether I should call it as his, him, or anything. But the Supreme has created something, some method, some ideology, maybe because that Supreme is compassionate to even the most criminal in this world. You cannot deny that. Then why should we not understand the concept that why we say in Veda that Sarvadam Khalidam Brahma? If I am Brahma, the criminal is also Brahma. But his projection in the society is different. I'm not going to go into it, that I'm not asking somebody to follow it. For him, there is a process of awakening that the Supreme has compassionately created. Maybe that process is not applicable to you, but that does not mean that I will say, no, this is right and that is wrong. Who am I to judge what is right and who? Am I above the Supreme? Am I the infinite? Even if we have witnessed the infinite, still you are in the body. The ultimate Brahmaleen Turyatit Avastha will happen when you enter into Mahasamadhi. So this workshop will consider the healing of Panchkosh, understanding of the Samaskars, flow of prana, understanding the dimensions and the change of dimensions and the effect that happens when the dimension of the human consciousness changes. Even it will also consider every single participant's individual level of moving into step-by-step dimensional changes and their problems. There are various energy healing techniques that will be applied to each layers of the 5 sheaths or the 5 kosha level. And also we are going to experience, definitely it's an experience, maybe the bliss state. But if you look at Anandamay Kosh, it is also related to Sahasrara. It is called Anandamaya. Maya. Beyond that is the soul. So we cannot say it is the higher being something is the highest. It is near, not to that. Even you need healings over there. Otherwise, Sankara told, na Guru Naiva Shishya. They both are very auspicious things, pious things, you have to understand. But there is need of a guru. Who can be a guru? One who has really realized that can transform others. Otherwise, it won't work. So this is the short way I would say that these are the points what I have discussed. Ma'am, just 1 more minute I would require to end up. So these are the
Yeah,
points.
we almost neared up the time. Yeah.
Just 1 more minute.
Thank you.
So we will discuss on more detail while we practice the guided meditation. If certain questions comes up to you during the process of healing, you are obvious to ask me questions, and I definitely believe these are going to be one of the good process which you can apply to your daily life. Being functional. It's not says that you get mukti and that's all. No. Channelization of enlightenment is important. If you are enlightened, then that compassion and love should be channelized too. That is the focus that we have. With this, I end up my presentation and my today's pre-talk on the workshop. I wish that everyone keeps in good health. May the divine bless each of the reverend participants across the globe, every soul, every dust of this earth and the universe, every molecule vibrates in her. May God bless us. May we be blessed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Supratim Chowdhury, for the presentation. Your knowledge and dedication to spirituality with your scientific and research-oriented approach has truly inspired us. Registration link for workshop is in WhatsApp community. Now we'll go to Sri Aditya Rangan. He is a semiconductor engineer by profession and Vedic scholar by passion. Hailing from Bangalore with a dual master degree in electronics and Sanskrit with gold medals. He's traditionally trained for more than 2 decades in Rig Veda, Krishna, Yajurveda, and Atharva Veda. He is the founder and senior healing practitioner in Vedic chants, healing, and Abhyangsha Veda Pathshala, aiming at reviving the ancient heritage of Vedic knowledge. He holds specialization in Sanskrit prosody and Vedangas with more than 100 compositions of hymns on various deities, receiving accolades from various Vedic mutts. He's also a Carnatic vocalist with few renditions of spiritual albums. Alongside talks and lectures of Vedic subjects, his research interests include Vedas, mudra therapy, music, thus aiming to bridge the gap between ancient wisdom, modern science. He is also the faculty heading the Department of Vedic Sciences at VW. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandhya ji, for such a wonderful introduction. Namaste, Namaste. So, thanks for the opportunity to provide me a platform to talk on Vedic healing today. I will keep my presentation short due to time limitations that we are already facing. Let me quickly share my screen for the PPT. Please confirm if you are able to view my screen.
Yes.
Just putting it. Okay, thank you so much. So my topic for today is Vedic Wellness Coach for Impact with a tagline Vedic Wisdom to Modern Trends. It is about bridging the gap between ancient wisdom of the Vedas with modern technology, modern lifestyle. So about me, I think Sandhya ji has already told. So my interests lie in bridging gaps between modern science and ancient wisdom of the Vedas. So the agenda of today is objectives, background and motivation for becoming a Vedic wellness coach with introduction about who exactly is a Vedic wellness coach, what is the importance of health and wellness in our day-to-day life, why choose Vedic wellness and become a Vedic wellness coach, and what are the advantages, benefits, and conclusion. So to start with, we see the objectives of what exactly is this Vedic wellness thing, Vedic wellness coach program. We all face different kinds of problems in our life. They are in different dimensions, which I'll be explaining later. So all we need to do is be happy in life. Happiness is multidimensional. It is subjective. But then all this subjective analysis drops down to one core, peace and happiness in life. And that can be obtained through following certain practices that have been provided in Vedic systems. It could be the Veda mantras themselves, following astrology, Vastu, any other kind of remedies related to japa, mantra, meditation, healing, yoga, pranayama, etc. So first and foremost is first objective of learning Vedic wellness is to unlock total harmony in life, where you will master different dimensions and have balance in life across different dimensions that we'll be talking about later. The second one is transform passion into purpose. Many of us, including me, I am a semiconductor engineer by profession, but I have a passion to bring Vedic knowledge into mainstream because we see a lot of problems in current generation because of fast-paced life, and people are unable to keep in line with the rat race that is going on in day-to-day life. So we would like to bring it to mainstream. Each one of us has that potential to do so. So we have proper knowledge systems that we need to explore and then bring the best out of us. The third objective is to launch it as a thriving practice, as I mentioned, as a mainstream to help people build career out of it so that they can not only help themselves, but also help the society at large. It is also associated with credentials because today we see that certification is an important aspect when it comes to any course that we do. So we have credentials provided by the university, Vedic Wellness University. And finally, the core philosophy of Vedic mantras, Vedic chants is to help themselves as well as help others. So by connecting to the ancient roots, ancient wisdom of the Vedas, what exactly are the Vedas talking about? So these are some objectives. What is the background and motivation to learn Vedic healing. First one is to counter modern disconnection. Many people think that success in life means attaining material prosperity, attaining name and fame, power, trying to be at the top. But the Vedas say that is not the final success, final achievement in life. So, modern philosophy talks about material prosperity at a very high speed, while Vedic philosophy talks about both material and spiritual prosperity, material prosperity as well as spiritual enlightenment. Both has to go hand in hand, ultimately leading to final beatitude, final liberation of the individual, as well as the knowledge being passed down, revival and propagation of the knowledge to the next generation. Second one is from personal healing to global impact. Most of us suffer with the various kinds of illness, physical problems, mental ailments, discomforts, anxiety, mental disorders. How do we overcome this? The Vedas have the information. Various eminent speakers yesterday and today, just before me, have spoken about the value addition of Vedic mantras in our day-to-day life. That has to be mainstream, structured in a proper format so that each individual understands in a way it has to be understood, not randomly looking into websites, internet, because there is a lot of information over the media, but that is humongous. It is overwhelming. It is very difficult to follow up. Therefore, there is a need of structure and proper guru under whose guidance we will be able to revive the system of Vedic healing. Shift towards conscious careers. We have seen over 2 to 3 generations till now, right from 70s till 90s, that there has never been any conscious choices on careers. Rather, it has been based on financial commitments or any other social commitments associated with individuals from families. For example, there is peer pressure, there is family pressure that the individual has to become a doctor, engineer. Oh, my son has to move to the US or has to study and work in Europe just because they seem to be fancy lands where you have better prospects. But then reality is most of these people would not even wanted to have such careers, but they are forced into that, which eventually leads to physical and mental ailments, stress, anxiety, panic attacks, etc. So learning Vedic mantras, having a proper knowledge about Vedic healing enables the individual to have conscious choices made in life. It is not just related to careers, but also related to relationships. Because you see, current generation, they have increased number of divorce rates because there are not proper communication, relationship between couples, or there are people who are sending their old parents to vruddhashrama, old age homes, because there is no proper relationship established. So family has actually disintegrated. Not even nuclear families, but individuals being separate, not having proper goal in life. So Vedic healing enables to restructure all these things in the right direction. Revival of timeless knowledge. When we say this knowledge is timeless, what does this mean? It is independent of time, place, and circumstances. There are many people, many individuals, each individual is unique, and Vedic knowledge serves for the requirements of each individual, every individual in its own way. It can be customized. That information, it could be in a way of healing disorders or improving their personality, having some career projection, etc. This is that timeless wisdom that we are talking about coming from the Veda mantras. And what matters? This is the need of the hour. That is the main motivation. Because technology has improved, medicine has improved, but then do we see any improvement in the lifestyle of people? No. Lifestyle has gone to dogs, I would say. So improvement of lifestyle can happen through Vedic knowledge, Vedic healing. So it is a journey to becoming an elite Vedic wellness coach from here. About introduction to this certified course being offered by Vedic Wellness University. It is one gateway to holistic mastery. What does this mean? Holistic means that we define requirements in 5 dimensions. These 5 dimensions are physical, mental, spiritual, financial, and social. Ultimately, all these 5 dimensions make a personality capable of not only achieving what they want in life, but also helping others, as I already mentioned. At the physical level, we see that there are different kinds of ailments, disorders, people unable to, as simple as unable to talk properly, a disconnect between the mind and the body, unable to articulate in their workplaces, etc. So, recitation of certain mantras, prayogas and vinyogas of certain mantras with a composite information of mudra yoga, nada yoga, shabda yoga, vastu, jyotisha, yoga, hatha yoga, for example. It is a composite. So there are certain combinations for individuals which can be customized. Sometimes it is generic, sometimes it can be customized and then utilized for the benefit of the individual. That is first thing. Second thing is, it is beyond superficial or surface wellness. We all think that we are good, oh, we are having a better life because we have a lot of money, we have luxury, we are able to spend money for whatever we want. We are able to take care of our family. That is just looked upon as surface wellness. But from the inner calling, you see that there is something missing in life, and that is fulfilled by Vedic healing course here. Of course, it's part to your holistic mastery. And of course, for modern lifestyle, how can we change the things that we see, that we perceive from ancient wisdom? For example, there is a statement where it is said that Apo vai sarva devataha, apo vai bheshajam asti, which means water itself is medicine. How can water be considered as medicine in modern concept? Utilization of water as a memory unit and recitation of mantras in presence of a glass of water and in consuming that water will help in attracting and manifesting the things that we would want in life. A simple example of how we can customize ancient knowledge into modern techniques. Finally, one thing is, it is not just an individual progress, it is a community progress where you will have peer-to-peer interactions, peer-to-peer learning. Through interactions, you will get to know what possible challenges are seen in general and what possible challenges are observed practically for group of individuals, among a section of individuals. For example, from certain age groups, let us say 30 to 35 or 50 to 60, something. That will enable you to understand much better. So the idea here is there is proper restructuring and understanding of how you can progress as a Vedic chants healing practitioner. About health and wellness, I already mentioned there are 5 dimensions that we have defined from the university perspectives. One is the physical wellness, where you see here on the left side, this is radiant longevity. There are a lot of Ayush mantras. Agnirayushman savanaspati bhirayushman te natva yushayushmantam karomi. Soma ayushman savoshadi bhirayushman te natva yushayushmantam karomi. So on and so forth. It means to say that the intent of having longevity in our current situation, we have to have a better life, long life, is because we have to practice dharma and karma. Right? So it is not only beneficial to us, but also to people surrounding us. Sharira madhyam khalu dharma sadhanam, which means to say, body is indeed important in order to perform our actions. Therefore, lot of importance is given to physical wellness. Second one is at the mental level. You see there are different koshas that are surrounding our body, right? Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya. There is a mantra for these koshas. Viraja mantra. Shuddhyantam Jyotiraham Viraja Vipapma Bhuya Sargaswaha. This mantra enables cleansing of different koshas that are present in our body, or alongside our body. So these koshas act as connective layers between the body, mind, and the soul. So when we chant Vedic mantras, when we perform certain mudras, when we utilize certain elements such as fire, water, earth, etc., in having a comprehensive kit of Vedic healing, that will enable all-round development between koshas. Third one is at the spiritual level. At the spiritual level, many people have some kind of disconnect, some kind of emptiness amidst plenty. That would be filled through various Atma related mantras. Most of you might have heard the famous Panchamaha Prajnanam Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma, so on and so forth. Now, these mantras have a specific purpose in recitation along with swaras. So, recitation of certain mantras will enable spiritual progress along with the japa of your Ishtadevata. Then we have financial wellness. Money decides everything. Of course, money is one generative entity that is present in today's lifestyle. Nobody can live without money. Money is a necessity, but it is not the only important thing. This realization comes when we are able to take care of our finances. How good are we in spending? How good are our expenses versus how good are our savings? How least are we into debts, and how can I come out of my debts or loan repayment? That also there are mantras which enable us to grow financially. For example, the Sri Sukta mantra, Agni mantras, Vishnu mantras, etc. And finally, social commitment. Again, we have lot of problems in day-to-day life when interacting with our family members, friends, employees, bosses, business partners. One or a small slight crack in the relationship will lead to big losses, long-term fights, arguments which are not at all necessary. Those can be mended, they can be patched up, and that can be done through recitation of certain Vedic mantras which are not at all tamasic in nature, which are of the highest order. As previously mentioned by our eminent speakers, Vaidika mantras are the strongest. So these Vaidika mantras, as simple as Sahana Bhavatu mantra, enables better social relationships. There are also mantras related to fight within brothers. You would be surprised. Yaste vighatuko bhrata mamantar hridaye shritaha, which means no matter how uh, how argumentative my brother is, still he resides in my heart. This is the mantra. Recitation of this mantra enables very nice relationship with brothers that I have observed in my own experience and also with scientific background. There have been some research analysis in my studies. So based on that, I have also observed social relationships have really become better. So, what are we looking at ultimately? As I mentioned, you see here, there is physical vitality, Sharira, financial abundance, Artha, mental clarity, Manas, social harmony, Samaja, finally, spiritual alignment, which is with respect to the Atma. So, once the lifestyle is complete but through the steps that are provided in the structure of the Vedic wellness courses, you will be able to not only learn, but you will also be able to decode, because Ananta Vai Vedaha, Veda mantras are plenty infinite in nature. And for each of these mantras, you can decode different levels of meanings. There are different intensities, different ways in which you can derive meanings for Veda mantras. So that also you will be able to learn through these courses. Why you have to become a coach ultimately? One thing is, every other person today is a doctor, is an engineer. Then, which means competition level is high. But this is a niche system of knowledge, which is not practiced by anyone and everyone. The siddhi of this knowledge can also not be achieved just like that, just by everyone and anyone. So, becoming a Vedic wellness coach is like a starting journey to bring things into mainstream. That is the first thing. Second thing is high impact, high income career. Of course it is, because the impact that you add, the value addition that you do for other individuals in your life will be priceless. Trust me. And it also comes with every Vedic, healer will be associated with Dakshina. Just like how you provide Dakshina or Sambhavana to Purohits, to temple priests, to the Purohit who comes and does puja at your home. The same thing, this works the same way. And this is not business. Vedas themselves say Dakshina Patvam Hasaha. Dakshina will enable upliftment of the individual. Patu amhasaha. Similarly, Dakshina is considered to be the wife of Yajna. We say that Yajna is nothing but our daily activities. Every activities is a Yajna. Therefore, Dakshina has to be associated with Yajna, which means there is some remuneration or fee associated with the course as well as your practice as a counselor. It empowers freedom and flexibility, of course, because you will not be fixed on to a 9 to 5 job. So you will have opportunity to learn, explore, decode, and utilize at your own free time. That also gives lot of flexibility in your lifestyle, in your schedules and personal goals. You will also be a catalyst for real transformation. See, this is not marketing any specific course. Honestly, this is about bringing out reality. In today's world, we see that people are being guided, stating that, oh, some job is lucrative, something is, highly paying, something is very, something connects to passion. But at the cost of what? There are AI engineers, there are chip designers, there are people who are wellness coaches, but then all knowledge is derived from Vedas. And Vedic knowledge is for spiritual harmony, for global harmony. A person who develops AI may lose his job the next day because AI will overtake him. But Vedic wellness is something, a treasure of knowledge, which will never cause harm to the practitioner. Rather, it will only help them elevate their level of consciousness. Therefore, being a catalyst to start this course itself is a big break point for every individual. Finally, because we have CMRA certified course, which will be recognized globally. So this is also one proof for you to ascend in your professional career path. The course, as I mentioned, is CMRA certified excellence, and it is not, we believe in application of Vedic knowledge, not just reciting mantras and stating that, okay, I'm done with my course. That does not work that way. There is a proper structure, methodology, and as previous eminent speakers spoke, it is all about experience. Along with experience, measurable metrics, and then based on these studies, you will be able to, complete your courses here. And we also have ready-to-use coaching toolkits where we have a very good streamlined faculty available in the university with whom you can interact regularly. And of course, it is a comprehensive 5-dimensional curriculum we have developed over years. You have a master's and PhD, you have associate of arts, you have certification courses, workshops. You can always choose whatever you want to do alongside your main profession. There will be lifetime mentor support because we, as a team, as a family, like-minded souls who would want to target global wellness. This is not something related to individual profit. Business has become so much overrated that everything is seen as a profitable one. But here, this is not about profit. It is about bringing back this tradition, which we have lost due to invasions of various, people, be it the colonizing Britishers or the Islamic invasions, etc. We would want to revive this knowledge, and we definitely need your support in transforming lives. So, as a conclusion, the pivot point starts now to understand, and then you can take up this course and not course just for your sake, but to guide people around you. And it is not just you are investing at a very lower level of consciousness. No, not at all. It is at the highest level of consciousness, where there is some commitment between the Jivatma and Paramatma. There is a purpose, right? We all have a purpose in life. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Moksha is the highest purpose. Until we attain the level of moksha, we have to be nirata, that is continuous engagement in dharma, artha, and kama. And that can happen when we have proper knowledge, and the proper knowledge, in order to decode that, we are providing this platform for you to explore and go ahead. So I request all of you to please use this opportunity, utilize our team, and also you become a pioneer in Vedic wellness, in the field of Vedic wellness and healing. So with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you so much. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Namo Namaha.
Very nice, Aditya ji.
Thank you.
For explaining the course of Vedic Wellness Coach under Vedic Wellness University. There's a small correction. It's a CMA certification. I just wanted to mention to all the audience. Okay.
Sorry for
Over to
that.
you,
Thank you.
Over to you, Sandhya.
Thank you, Aditya, sir, for your insightful presentation on Vedic Wellness Coach program. It's deeply motivating. The registration link for the workshop is in WhatsApp community. Now we'll go ahead with Professor Ajit Kumar Verma. He's a renowned professor at Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, Haugesund, Norway, and was formerly a professor at IIT Bombay. He ranks among the top 3 globally in his field, honored by a 2020 Springer commemorative volume for his lifetime contributions. He's supervised over 40 PhD and 100 master's theses, trained in yoga by Paramahamsa Swami Satyananda Saraswati in India. He taught yoga as an extracurricular activity. Inspired spiritually, he explored the Himalayas extensively, Nepal and Tibet, alongside his wife, Sri Vidya, also a former IIT Bombay professor. He has led numerous yoga workshops rooted in authentic Santan yoga and Tantra traditions, blending mysticism with scientific teaching based on Paramahamsa's teachings. Thank you, sir. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to Krishnamurti ji, Rashmi Krishnamurti ji, and Purvi ji for making this possible to give me this opportunity to make a presentation. And I would also like to thank Switi Gupta ji, who initially first told me about it. I was completely unaware of it. And this kind of initiative is something which is very close to my heart, the Vedic Wellness University. And therefore, I'm glad that I have this privilege and opportunity to make a presentation here. Now, my presentation is primarily based on my experience as she so kindly introduced me, mentioning that I have had a significant experience of trekking and moving in the mountains. So I have had kind of over 4 decades of experience uh, moving around in the mountains. So much of my interest in yoga and philosophy and spirituality is also primarily due to that, because when we go high in the mountains, you are so close to the nature per se. You just have the sky and the mountains and the rivers and the huge glaciers, and you feel that you are just a part of that landscape, and you're not any different from it. So that there is a kind of feeling of oneness which I have had experienced a number of times, and therefore my interest, of course, has been there in yoga. I had this initial training from Paramam Swami Satyanand Saraswati ji. He was so kind and graceful. He initiated me into Kriya Yoga and several other aspects of yoga like Swar Yoga and certain practices of Hatha Yoga. So philosophy and practice and the experience, they all converge. And that is one great thing that I discovered in my life, that what we say, what we think, and what we do and what we experience can have a convergence, and that gives a sense of fulfillment and a sense of liberation. So I quickly conjured up a presentation. I would have definitely liked to make a presentation on the scientific perspectives, but I thought that the audience could be very diverse, and there would be people who would be interested. So I made a certain presentation for this particular occasion on Laya Yoga, which is not a very well discussed aspect of yoga. Generally, much of the yogic perspectives center around Hatha Yoga, but Laya Yoga is something which is not so discussed very extensively. Raj Yoga and the Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga system is discussed very widely, but I'll try to focus on Laya Yoga and its intersection with Kundalini Yoga. And before I go over, I would also like to mention that just a sec. Are you able to see?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, just a sec.
Sir, you need any help or you're good?
Yeah.
You need any help or you're good, sir?
Yeah, I think I should be able to do it.
Yeah, just share. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think you need to.
You need to expand it.
Yeah.
We can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would also take this opportunity to mention about the International Journal on Eternal Wisdom and Contemporary Science, which is a pioneering journal which was basically founded by the Global Forum of IITians for Quantum Consciousness, which is headed by Anand Prakash ji and his core team of Brigadier Shitanshu ji and Switi ji. And so I have had this privilege and honor of mentoring it as an editor in chief, and it has picked up. It's already now in the third year, and therefore I would like to mention about this journal. And before we actually go over into the presentation. Yeah, so let me quickly go over the presentation. I was mentioning that Laya Yoga is something which is generally not discussed very intensively. Now, most of our activities are directed towards the external world, but there is a very important dimension of thoughts, emotions, memories, desires, which shape our experience. And but trying to explore this inner landscape, the methods and the tools and the techniques and the philosophy behind is not very well known. So the inner dimension that we talk about is because is our thoughts, emotions, awareness, and so on. But they are impacted by our vasanas and sanskaras, and the inner activity basically operates below the ordinary conscious awareness, and exploring it can reveal deeply conditioned patterns. There are very many archetypes which are deeply embedded into our consciousness, and they basically propel our emotions, thoughts, and actions and behavior. So Laya Yoga provides a contemplative method for such exploration. So it is primarily to explore the inner landscape that Laya Yoga is basically meant for. So we need to explore our inner dimension, because repetitive thoughts can generate emotional suffering. You know, these patterns which are deeply embedded in us can generate similar thoughts coming every now and then, and which can lead to an emotional suffering, and it can impact our behavior and relationships. And Lay Yoga provides us a process and a capacity to explore this inner landscape. And awareness creates the possibility of responding rather than merely reacting. Response better than reaction. Now, the yogic view of consciousness is that it is more fundamental than the individual thoughts. And the mind, as we know, is continuously impacted by impressions, memories, and desires. And it gets modified, which influences our perception and behavior. And through a disciplined practice of lay yoga, the mental fluctuations can gradually become quieter. The turbulence or the entropy which is experienced can quieten down, and then it gives us a deeper awareness and an insight. So what exactly is lay yoga? Means basically dissolution, absorption, or merging. And it refers to practices through which ordinary mental activity becomes progressively absorbed in deeper awareness. So if we are haunted by our memories and thoughts and impressions, which are basically influenced by our sanskaras and vasanas, we always go through a kind of suffering. So if we are able to take a back seat and watch what's happening within our mental framework and consciousness, then it gives us a deeper insight, and it no longer is able to influence our behavior based on our thoughts, impressions, and vasanas. So the ultimate orientation is towards dissolution of this limiting identification with our thoughts, emotions, and recognition of the deeper consciousness. So that essentially is about absorption and dissolution. So lay yoga, it should not be understood as relaxation as it is in yoga nidra. Of course, yoga nidra can also lead to deeper states, but lay yoga leads to the absorption and the dissolution and creates a space between emotions and behavior and the vasanas and the habitual patterns. They become more visible, and awareness can become less reactive and increasingly contemplative. So that's the advantage. Now, the human psyche is such that it has multiple interacting dimensions. For example, the physical, the emotional, the psychological, the spiritual, and the psychic. These are interacting dimensions. So, using the yogic psychology, which is used so extensively in Kundalini yoga and also has a basis in Hatha yoga, we can understand the science behind lay yoga, which has a lot of intersection with Kundalini yoga, and therefore in the psychic framework we also know that just as you have in the biological or the physiological framework, you have this nervous system, circulatory system, digestive system, endocrinal system. So also in this psychic infrastructure, we have these nadis, chakras, which is a part of our psychic infrastructure, and it is powered by prana. So the yogic psychology describes the sanskaras and vasanas, which are latent impressions, which are basically created by our past experiences. Now, repeated experiences can strengthen habitual response, but that is exactly what we want to transcend and move from reaction to a response by creating a space of deeper awareness and insight. Awareness gradually weakens automatic identification with these patterns. This identification with our thoughts and emotions and behavior brings about this repetition, and this is primarily the cause of the problem. So, vasanas and the habitual tendencies, they influence desires, preferences, fears, and behavior patterns. So, the role of meditation is to provide an opportunity to observe these tendencies which are created by our vasanas and sanskaras. Now, karma, karma is a psychological and a spiritual concept. It normally people think in terms of actions and consequences, but it provides a framework for understanding recurring patterns of experience. driven by our sanskaras and vasanas, these recurring patterns of experience and behavior is what exactly is a karma. Now, from a psychological perspective, repeated actions reinforce behavioral tendency. So, with repeated actions would mean that there would be a tendency to behave in a particular way and in a repeated way. So, Lay Yoga explores how identification with such patterns may be gradually loosened. So, this tight grip, which is so automatic, as some of our eminent speakers have also mentioned earlier, uh, this can be loosened. This automatic coupling, automatic coupling between our thoughts, emotions, reactions, and behavior, that can be decoupled, and there is a space which is created due to awareness and insight, um, primarily due to meditation. The emphasis is transformation rather than fatalism. So we always think in terms of destiny, uh, fatalistic life, but its primary emphasis is on transformation rather than on fatalism. So the mind can be a friend, as well as, of course, we all know that it can also imprison us, but which can lead imprison us and produce anxiety, attachment, fear, repetitive thinking. But it can generate creativity, insight, and compassion as well. So Lay Yoga introduces this possibility of becoming the observer of mental activity. So what goes on beyond the uh, beyond the subterranean level can be known, and then you can stay away from it and not identify yourself with it. So this shift can fundamentally alter our relationship with the mind. It is all about trying to alter the relationship that we have with the mind. So from reaction to observation, emotions can be experienced without automatically acting upon them, and thoughts can be observed without immediately believing them. So this meditation basically creates a pause between experience and reaction. So witnessing awareness is central part of Lay Yoga. Now, of course, I was mentioning about mind. Of course, is constituted of prana, as we know from the uh, from our traditional scriptures. So, yogic tradition describe prana as a vital force underlying physiological and psychological functioning. So, in some of these practices, which are associated with Lay Yoga and Kundalini Yoga, prana is used as an important tool. Through pranayam, mudras, bandh. They provide an experiential map for contemplative practice. Now, of course, the chakras are part of the psychic infrastructure, and they are subtle centers associated with different dimensions of human experience, whether it is related to security, insecurities, whether it's related to fear or compassion or dominance. These are all associated with certain uh, energies which are a part of which are described as a part of the chakras in our psychic infrastructure. So chakras can serve as a powerful contemplative symbol for inner transformation. So trying to focus, trying to concentrate, have dharana and dhyana over these chakras can lead to a certain realignment of these energies, which can lead to a contemplative experience by trying to dissociate us from the thoughts and emotions and recurring behavior patterns. Now, Kundalini is, I was mentioning about the Kundalini Yoga. It is a latent spiritual potential, and it is associated with spiritual transformation of consciousness. Now, Kundalini Yoga basically uses these chakras and these nadis, which are also a part of the Lay Yoga. But in Lay Yoga, we talk about absorption and dissolution of the mind. So mantra is again a tool of Lay Yoga. So through sustained practice, attention can become increasingly subtle. using the mantras, and a distinction between repetition, awareness, and silence may become less pronounced. Now, the Nad Yoga, which is also a part of Lay Yoga, and as well as Kundalini Yoga. So these kind of intersections do exist. So trying to explore the inner sound with practice, attention may become oriented towards increasingly subtle internal experiences. Silence itself becomes an important field of awareness. Now, I wanted to skip the scientific aspect of it, but I would just briefly like to mention that the neuroscience studies in meditation through attention, emotion, regulation, and self-referential processing, they are all studied by neurosciences, and the research suggests that different meditation practices can influence brain and autonomic processes. So, I mean, like there is the whole understanding of spiritual aspects of lay yoga and kundalini yoga, which lead to liberation or moksha, that probably may not be within the purview of the science, but the rest of the things, some of the things can easily be described and understood. The autonomic nervous system and the inner balance, the I mentioned about pranayam. So comfortable breathing can support parasympathetic activity and relaxation. Lay yoga, explored as a contemplative discipline, involves mind, breath, and body. So, of course, there is a subjectivity also involved, and therefore the responses due to individuals can vary. Now, emotional energy and psychological patterns. See, the whole idea is, instead of trying to suppress the energy to avoid a certain kind of repeating emotions, can lead to certain conflict and can lead to certain psychological disorders. Now, when we use some contemplative practice, it encourages recognition rather than rejection on emotional experience. We are not trying to suppress or reject. We are trying to uh, go backstage and try to understand that these things, that these exist within our subconscious, and they are basically due to certain vasanas. So this understanding helps us to get caught in that autonomic behavior pattern, which is linked to the vasanas and the sanskaras. So, Lay Yoga offers a framework for exploring the relationship between awareness and emotional life. Normally it is quite automatic, so but here it's creating a kind of space between awareness and emotional life. So that's the advantage of using Lay Yoga. So dissolving an egoistic identification with our thoughts, with our emotions, with our behaviors, with our action. So this dissolution of this ego. The dissolution happens at various levels. So at the level of the ego, it means that there is a shift from identification to witnessing, which represents a major movement in contemplative practice in lay yoga. So automatically it leads to integration from fragmentation. Fragmentation arises because of the conflict, uh, when different desires, fears, and identities are competing for attention. So meditation creates a space in which these elements can be observed together. So you don't have to reject some of them to be able to uh, uh, achieve a better state. You can have an integrated awareness, which can basically lead to some kind of calmness and well as a state of compassion even for yourself. Yogic traditions describe this process in a spiritual language. So, but it primarily leads to increased self-regulation and integration, and also intuition and higher awareness. So, yogic traditions associate deep meditation with heightened intuition and insight. When you go backstage and see all the emotions, the thought patterns, and the behavior and the actions associated with it, so it leads to a certain kind of insight because of the space that has been created So such experiences should be approached with discernment rather than unquestioning belief. Normally emotions and leading to certain actions and behavior, they never get questions. So intuition may involve subtle pattern recognition, accumulated experience, and non-verbal processing. So the intuition and insight is a major outcome of the practices of lay yoga. It primarily aims at clarity of awareness and not at pursuing extraordinary powers or paranormal experiences. Many a times this kind of thought occurs that it leads to certain kind of siddhis. That is not the intent of lay yoga. In trying to pursue extraordinary powers or to get some kind of parapsychic experiences. So, from this inner transformation, it can lead to kind of compassion. So, yogic traditions connect expanded awareness with karuna, maitri, and selfless action. So, eventually, it would lead to these. So, there is this development of compassion. The measure of spiritual practice is therefore not merely unusual experience, but greater wisdom, balance, and compassion. So we move from awareness to self-realization. So Lay Yoga helps us to explore who we are, to understand who we are beyond our conditioned uh, patterns and identities. The journey moves from observation to understanding, from understanding to transformation, and from transformation towards freedom. So the ultimate goal is liberation, moksha. Its deepest promise is not escape from life, but a more conscious participation in it. A better awareness and an insight and an intuition helps us to understand our vasanas and sanskaras and therefore navigate our life in such a way that we do not create psychological, emotional, and behavioral issues. Awaken awareness, live with greater freedom, wisdom, and compassion. So it can be understood at three interconnected levels. As I mentioned, that the physical, mental, and spiritual, they are kind of interconnected. They impact each other. So Lay Yoga works primarily, when we are looking at the physical dimension of calming and regulating the body, it works through prana, breath, attention, and progressive relaxation and absorption. So we'll discuss a little bit in detail and then we'll move over. So prana becomes more balanced and the subtle channels, nadis, it's a part of our subtler infrastructure, the psychic infrastructure. The scientific interpretation of this is that it leads to relaxation and regulation of our attention, breathing, and internal perception and autonomic changes can contribute to well-being. That's the kind of explanation. But primarily due to the proper distribution of the prana and the balancing and the activation of these subtle channels and the purification, it is what would lead essentially to our well-being. The mental dimension is very important, and we can relate ourselves to this very easily. So we generally identify with our thoughts. For example, I'm angry, I'm anxious, I have failed, I must have this, I cannot change. So, but what Lay Yoga does is it introduces another possibility. I'm aware that anger, anxiety, or desire is arising within me. So the shift is from identification to observation, which is transformative and can lead to intuition and insight. So the Lay Yoga, as I mentioned, works with our sanskaras and vasanas, which are latent tendencies, which are essentially the habitual thought patterns, emotional conditioning, attachment and aversion, ego identification. So instead of trying to get head on with these patterns, which are primarily due to our sanskaras or vasanas, the practitioner learns to observe them without immediately reacting. We move from reaction to response. So the emotional dimension is from suppression to integration. We are not trying to suppress all these so-called negative emotions. For example, we move from fear to awareness to acceptance to understanding to integration. You know, We know that fear, my nature is to be fearful, primarily based on my past experiences, memories, and so on, but which can otherwise lead to suppression, accumulation, and repetitive reaction. So that's the kind of difference that it would make through the practice of lay yoga. So this can basically promote emotional regulation, reduce reactivity, greater self-compassion, a better understanding of yourself. You know, charity begins at home. First, we need to show compassion to ourselves before we can show compassion to the outside world. And improved resilience, greater tolerance of uncertainties, improved interpersonal responses. So the relationships also move to a different level. So a cognitive dimension to it is to deconstruct the mental software, the automatic linking of the thoughts, behaviors, actions, emotions, and so on. So our minds accumulate these mental algorithms from experience to interpretation to emotion to reaction to reinforcement. But we want to create a space in between for awareness, which would lead to a greater insight of what's happening and then eventually lead to integration. An example for, criticism, for example, I'm inadequate leads to shame, to defensiveness, to conflict, to reinforcement of insecurity. Lay yoga introduces an awareness in this automatic loop. That the stimulus is not equal to the interpretation. Here, I'm just trying to equate criticism with I'm inadequate, with shame, with defensiveness. But because of the space which is created by lay yoga in this automatic loop, the stimulus is not equal to the interpretation, which is not equal to the emotion, and which is not equal to the action. And this space is of awareness. So the practitioner can become less governed by automatic mental conditioning. The spiritual dimension is the traditional meaning of laya is dissolution, absorption, or merging. So, what is dissolved? Is it the physical body? Is it the personality? Rather, if we look at it progressively, the identification of the body moves to the identification of the thoughts, to the identification with emotions, to the identification with the ego self, and recognition of deeper consciousness, the awareness, the body, thoughts, emotions, and the ego as well. From I am the mind to I am aware, that's the ordinary consciousness. But the meditative consciousness is I observe my thoughts. And a deeper awareness would mean that these thoughts arise within the conscious. And the laya perspective is the distinction between the observer and the observed progressively becomes subtler. And maybe a spiritual perspective, consciousness is recognized as fundamental to one's experience of self. Now, the chakras, why we keep mentioning these nadis, prana, and chakras are because they are essential part of the practices which also are there in Kundalini yoga and Lay yoga as well. Because after all, we are handling these psychic energies and the way they move and the way they relate to our body, mind, emotions, behavior, and so on. So, chakras and spiritual healing. I was uh, I was listening to the various presentations which were which had which which preceded me, and there was a lot of mention of the spiritual healing. Now, the lay yoga can also be understood through the chakra system. These are subtle centers of psycho-spiritual transformation. So from Muladhar to Swadhisthana to Manipur, Anahat to Vishuddhi to Agya to Sahasra, they also relate both in terms of the kind of thoughts that we can have, the kind of thoughts and emotions that we can have, and the kind of actions that can eventually lead to, which can be connected with these chakras. So from healing to self-realization, The progression is like this, that from physical relaxation leading to autonomic balance, to mental quietening, to emotional regulation, to awareness of conditioning, then dissolution of habitual identification, expansion of awareness, compassion and wisdom, and self-realization. So I'm not going to discuss most of these things. I've already mentioned that it loosens the conditioned patterns and release identification with habitual emotional and cognitive processes. So that would lead to compassion, wisdom, and self-realization. Now, there is some confusion which is always there between the various practices, various systems of yoga. For example, the Raj Yoga, the Hatha Yoga, the Lay Yoga, and the Kundalini Yoga.
Actually, sir, we are getting timed up.
Okay, I'll just wind up. Please give me one or two more minutes. I'll just wind up. So the Raj Yoga, the emphasis is on mind and meditation. The Hatha Yoga, the body, breath, and subtle physiology. Lay Yoga is on dissolution, absorption of mind, and Kundalini Yoga is awakening and transformation of the spiritual potential, awakening the spiritual potential. So the awakening can lead ultimately to liberation. So all these are primarily focused ultimately on liberation, the moksha. So of course, Raj Yoga follows the Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga system. The Hatha Yoga uses the prana, nadis, mudras, bandh, meditation, etc., and which can ultimately lead to samadhi as well. And the Lay Yoga is moving from distraction to concentration to meditation to absorption and eventually to samadhi. Now, the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra explicitly presents Lay Yoga as one of the several major approaches to yoga. Now, Kundalini Yoga, to which Lay Yoga has a lot of intersection, the classical models moves of awakening the energies from Muladhara through the Sushumna, through the chakras, right up to Sahasrara, and the awakening of the Kundalini can essentially lead to the transformation of consciousness. So there is the Kundalini perspective, and the Lay Yoga perspective describes the absorption and the dissolution of the process. Now, the focus in the practice is largely on dharana and dhyana. Dhyana is meditation, and dharana, as I mentioned, is on concentration. Now, some of the other practices which relate to dhyana, which also has intersection both in Kundalini Yoga and Lay Yoga, is Nad and Nusandhan. So from external sound, we move to subtle sound, to inner Nad, and then to absorption. So this is also a practice in Nad Yoga. Then, of course, Upasana. Then eventually in Lay Yoga, basically we learn to witness consciousness. Observe, do not react, remain aware, allow the experiences to arise and pass. Thought appears, observe it. Emotion appears, observe it. Sensation appears, observe it. So eventually the practitioner begins to discover that awareness itself is not identical with any particular thought or emotion. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very nice to understand Laya Yoga. Yeah, it's a very new perspective for most of us because we always know about Kundalini Yoga and Laya Yoga is not much discussed. Thank you for giving us so much light on that.
Thank you very much. It's been a privilege and an honor to make this presentation and also be connected to all of you. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy.
Thank you, Professor Ajit Kumar Verma. Thank you for enlightening speech and presentation on Laya Yoga and Kundalini Yoga. We truly appreciate the wisdom and experience you have shared with us. The registration link for the workshop is in the WhatsApp community. Now we will be moving on to Dr. N. Sridhar. He's the Vice Principal of the School of Yogic Sciences and Associate Professor in the Division of Yoga and Spirituality at S. Vyasa, deemed to be University in Bengaluru. A distinguished Sanskrit scholar with a PhD and over a decade of academic experience, he specializes in Sanskrit and Indian philosophy, Vedic wellness practices, Indian knowledge systems, and interdisciplinary research. He has authored and co authored 12 books and published numerous research papers, books, chapters, translations, and articles. His work thoughtfully connects classical Sanskrit wisdom, particularly Visheshika philosophy, with contemporary scientific perspectives. A dedicated volunteer of Samskrita Bharati, Dr. Sridhar is deeply committed to promote Sanskrit, preserving India's philosophical heritage and making traditional knowledge accessible through education, research, and outreach. Thank you, sir. You can go ahead.
Thank you, madam, for the nice introduction. I also thank the Vedic Wellness University and the organizers to provide us such an opportunity to present the Vedic wellness practices in this forum. I would like to share a few PPTs. I won't take much time as we know that we are much beyond the time. So my today's talk will be on the Vedic wellness practices. I request our Ajit Kumar Verma sir to stop the presentation so that sir I can present. Verma sir.
1 minute. Somebody is sharing the screen, I think.
Yes.
We should stop the sharing the screen.
I think Verma sir screen is still sharing. I request sir to yes.
I think I've switched it off. Is it still?
No, sir, we are still seeing the screen. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hope all of us are able to see the screen.
Yes, sir.
So, as told by the previous speakers, we had much elaborated session on the Devya Parshya Chikitsa. So, I won't be going into these modalities of the Devya Parshya Chikitsa, which our Vedic wellness practices one of these modalities. So I will be directing going into the two segments. One would be the textual evidences for our Vedic wellness practices, and I would also be giving a few examples from the Rigvedana text. So to know where means we know that we have mantra, yajna, and puja, chikitsa are kind of a medical, kind of a therapeutic or wellness practices that we have been hearing in the last 2 days. So we have come up in SVSA, we have come up with a certain research studies. We are compiling these kind of practices from various texts. So we have few texts, means this is not limited, but yes, these are the few texts that we are working with where we can get a mantra or yajna or kind of puja practice where we can get what kind of practice for what kind of diseases we can do. So there are few texts like Vidhana literature. So for each and every Veda is associated with certain, excuse me, each and every Veda has its own Vidhana text. So Rig Veda has Rig Vidhana. Similarly, the Yajur Vidhana, we do have Shukla Yajur Vidhana Sutra, and Sama Vidhana, we have Sama Vidhana Brahmana. Whereas the Atharva Veda, we don't have a specifically a Vidhana text, but the Atharva Veda Suktas itself themselves provide much wellness practices for the health and other reasons. So in Rig Vedana, we again have two Rig Vedanas, Jyeshtha Rig Vedana and Kanishta Rig Vedana. So Jyeshtha Rig Vedana comparatively has more shlokas than the Kanishta Rig Vedana. All these three Vedana texts, Rig Vedana, Yajur Vedana, and Sama Vedana Brahmana, we have these texts do have three kind of contents. One, where we can find practices for the prayashchita, as we know that most of our the Vedic our Vedic tradition identifies that the diseases what we are suffering through is a result or it's kind of consequence of our papa karmas that we have done in the previous janma or in this janma. So the Vidhan, all these Vidhana texts also provide a certain prayashchitta karma and also certain practices for the better fortune, for the shubha practices. So how to get the fortune, how to get benefited with the wealth, how to get benefited with the other aspects of the life. So all these are the another one segment of these Vidhana text. And the third segment what we are getting from these Vidhana text is how what are the practices for various illness, whether it is a mental illness or whether it is a physical illness. We are getting various practices and the mantras from that particular Veda. For example, Rig Vidhana contains practices with the mantra from Rig Veda. Shukla Yajur Vidhana contains the mantra and practices from the references with from the Yajur Veda, especially from the Shukla Yajur Veda. And the Samavidhana Brahmana contains the practices with mantras from the Samavidhana. So apart these explicit or the special independent Vidhana text, we are also having certain Vidhana text from the Agni Purana, where the certain chapters of the Agni Purana are titled as the Vidhana. So there we also do have Rig Vidhana, Yajur Vidhana, Sama Vidhana, and Atharva Vidhana. So more or less the same contents we can see in those Vidhanas also. So, and as mentioned, as I mentioned earlier, we also do have the Atharveda Suktas, where we have various kind of practices for various illness. And also we do have a special text called Karma Vipaka Samhita, Veerasimhavalokanam, and Madana Maharanava. Madana Maharanava is a kind of a collection of various practices from various texts, from Padma Purana or Karma Vipaka Samhita or Vidhana. So various kind of Madana Maharanava is a one access point which provides us various kind of practices for various illness. Either it is a yajna, either it is a danam, or either it is any kind of a japa, or either it is any other kind of practices. The Veera Simhavalokanam and Karma Vipaka Samhita also provides us a angle of medical astrology, where it provides us what kind of analyzes the Jyotisha, analyzes the Grahasthiti, and provides us what kind of remedy could it be and what could be the reason. Means if any disease is coming, if it is affected due to certain particular Grahasthiti, then what kind of remedy can be, what kind of practices can be followed for that particular condition. So it also, the Karma Vipaka Samhita Veerasimhavalokanam also provides us a angle, provides us a reference of medical astrology. And obviously we do have stotrams like Subramanya Bhujangam or Lalita Sahasranama or many other stotrams from Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Puranas. So all these generally what we get from the Vidhana text is these are the list. Means general wellness, anxiety, mental, all the mental and cognitive ailments, fever, leprosy, diabetes, urinary disorder, and respiratory disorder. The Atharvaveda especially contains many suktams, including the general wellness, virus and microorganism attacks. We have four Kriminashana suktas in Atharvaveda, especially for it is both for the internal and external organisms, microorganisms. Then we do have bone weakness, suktams for bone weakness and joint pains. And we do have a suktam called Raktasrava Nivartana Suktam, which also includes a mantra for excessive menstrual bleeding, and also for a proper blood circulation. If there is any problem in the arteries or any other veins, then how by through chanting of that particular suktam, the blood circulation can be properly maintained. And obviously the urinary disorder, Mutra Vimochana Sukta. Respiratory disorders, we have many Yakshmanasa Anashana Suktas for the tuberculosis. We have for cardiac diseases, we have Hridroga Kamila Nashana Sukta, and many other Hridroga Nashana Suktas within the Atharveda. We have suktas for leprosy, for head ailments, eye diseases, abdominal pains, and even including the hair loss. Keshavardhana Samvardhana Sukta or Keshavardhani Suktas are we can see in the Atharva Veda. So these are the few references that we are getting from the Vedic literature. Apart from this, we know we have chanting through in our homes Sahasranama Stotrams, Subramanya Bhujangam, or Hanuman Chalisa, Indrakshi, Durga Saptashati, Ramaraksha, Aditya Hridaya. So all these stotrams we can, if we see the Phalashruti of these stotrams, we can identify that these can also be chanted for the various ailments, and we do chant in our usually in our homes. So with that is within the practice. As for example, in Vishnu Sahasranama, we have the Phalashruti. रोगार्थ मुच्यते रोगात् बद्धो मुच्यते बन्धनात् भयान् मुच्यते भीतस्तु मुच्येदापन्न आपदः. So all these references we are getting from all the from the Vishnu Sahasranama and Lalita Sahasranama. And apart from these, now I would wish to provide you certain references from the Rig Vidhana itself. Um, Yes. So, indicating the Rigvedana, how the Rigvedanic shlokas provide us the references for the practices. So, if we analyze the shloka of each shloka of the Rigvedana, for example, in this shloka, we can see Manashuddhyai Japet Suktam Narasayamama Vidhivai Angaraka Chaturthyam to Dashavaram Jalepiva. So, these, if we take this as an example, which says that for it's for a mental health, where it says for a kind of a very good mental health, a person should chant the sukta starting with the words Nara Semama Vidhivai. Sorry, Semama Vidhivai. And also they should be chanted on the Angaraka, on the Tuesdays, again with the Chaturthi Tithi, or also one can chant near any water body for 10 times. So if we analyze this shloka, we can go through, if we go through the Rigvedana, the Rigvedana provides us what is the disease, what is the disease prescribed for example, here it is Manashuddhyai. So this is how the Rigvedana prescribes what kind of disease, what kind of practice for what disease. And it gives whether it's a sukta or it is a mantra, and what mantra or what sukta. For example, here it is giving Semama Vidhivai, a sukta from the Rig Veda starting with the words Semama Vidhiv. So this sukta is particularly is the 24th sukta in the second mandala of Rig Veda. So this particular reference we can get from in the any Vidhana shlokas. And then when to chant, is there any specific day or time to chant? Here in this particular shloka we can get the Tuesday and the Chaturthi Tithi, and how many times it should be chanted. Again we can get the Dashavaram 10 times. So this kind of these kind of information we can get from each and every shloka of the Rig Vidhana. So going to next kind of similar example for the psychological ailment. And here in this previous shloka, we can also, and these examples and these meanings have been taken with the references from the Sayana Bhashya. Bhashyam, what is meant for the Rigvedana, either Jeshtha Rigvedana or the Kanishta Rigvedana. Again, we have another reference, a similar reference for the psychological aspect. Bhavamitro japen mantram shatavaram dine dine adhir na samsprishet satyam vidyaya saha tishtati. So here, along with the adhi, the mental ailment, the shloka also is also referring for any kind of intellectual diminishing intellect. So, for example, in children, we can see they in the modern day we have more children more exposing towards the phone and digital thing, where they do have they may have a kind of attention less attention power or a kind of memory problems. So for that particular reason we can when this particular shloka can be we can use this as a reference to get rid of those kind of problems. Bhava Mitro Japain Mantram. There is a mantra in the Rig Veda, which is the first mantra in the 156th Sukta, first mandala, starting with the words Bhava Mitra. So and it should be chanted 100 times every day, so that the person who is suffering from any kind of psychological issues along with the diminishing intellect can be cured or can be get rid of that particular problem. So this specially is for the kind of any kind of memory problem, especially in the academics. So these are the certain, these are one of the examples that we can get from the Rig Vedana. There are more such examples for the psychological aspect. Moving more towards the Rig Vedanic example, again we have the head related ailment, because again we can see because of due to the exposure to the digital thing, we can have more migraine patients in the society now, more head kind of headache and all these things we can see prevailing in this society. So tadastu mitra mantrena homam kuryat sahasrakam arkena trimadu yuktena shirorogo vinashyati. So again this is an example. So previous two examples were for the japa. So this is an example how Rig Vedana provides us a kind of a reference to how to do a homa. So in this we can see that the Rig Vedana provides a prescription for a homa with a mantra starting with Tadastu Mitra, which is the third mantra in the 100th sukta of the 7th mandala. So with this, if 1,000 ahutis were given in a homa, again the mantra is also providing what kind of material should be used. Arkena Trimadhu Yuktena. So in the Ayurveda, we have a combination of the herbs called Trimadhu, which should contain the sugar, honey, and ghee. So this is the kind of a herb which Ayurveda also prescribes for kind of a head related ailments, and also with the arka plant. So these combined, these four combined, if provide as a ahuti in the with the mantra Tadastu Mitra for the 1,000 times, then any kind of head related disease or ailments can be cured. So there is no specifically only headache. It also says any kind of head related ailments. It can be a tumor or it can be any other head related ailments. Similarly, we do also have again a psychological aspect for fear and phobia. If kind of bhayam. So aham randhayam mantram cha pranashyati bhayam vidu dine dine chaikavaram japet sayujyam eti saha. So again, if any person chants, if any person suffering through any fear or phobia, then the mantra starting with the beginning with the words aham randhayam, which is the fifth mantra in the 49th sukta of the 10th mandala in Rig Veda, should be chanted at least at least one time every day, through which the person would be free from any kind of fear and phobia. Again, as I stated, the heart cardiac issues. So there is another mantra, and this is a reference from the Kanishta Rig Vedana. Udityantam Adityam Upatishtet Dine Dine Hridroganashram Yetat Paramarogya Vardhanam. So many there is a particular sukta starting with the phrase Udutyam, which is the 50th sukta in the first mandala of the Rig Veda. So if that is chanted during the sunrise, so then any kind of heart ailment would be the person suffering from that any kind of cardiac complications or cardiac ailment can be cured, and further the person would live long for a longer period. So in all these kind of shlokas or on all these references, we can see one thing, that the shloka or the mantra does not only refer for the remedy, for the kind of a therapy for the ailment, also it provides that the practice would also make the person healthy for the rest of the life. It is not just being curing the person from the current situation, also keeping the person healthy for the rest of the life. Again, the common thing that very much fever, the common fever for that, or there is another reference for that varunamvo जपेत् सूक्तम् अयुतं धात्रिमूलके तापादिव्याधिनाशस्तु सुखी पश्चात् स्थितो bhuvi. So another reference for another ailment called fever, with the 64th sukta in the 5th mandala, Varunam Vo. So this particular japa of this particular sukta under the Dhatri tree, is the gooseberry tree or amalaki that is very well known in the common Sanskrit. So under that tree, if someone is being suffering from the tapa vyadhi or the fever kind of diseases, then this particular chanting or japa will make the person feel healthy, and it will make the person healthy, and the ailment, the whatever the ailment will go away. And again, a kind of a general health. So the very first, the way starting, the very first starting of the Jaisharik Vidanam, it clears that the Gayatri mantra japa, those who are initiated into the Gayatri mantra japa, the Gayatri mantra japa itself is enough for any kind of ailment, or also to keep oneself healthy. If there is no ailment, if there is no disease in the body, to keep oneself healthy, Gayatri mantra itself is enough. So daily and regular chanting or nitya karma, what we do, that itself is enough. So those who are initiated into the Gayatri mantra can practice, should practice, or should chant the Gayatri mantra every day. So specifically here in this shloka, the Rigvidhana emphasizes on the Gayatri Homa. Karaviraistu Gayatriya Homam Kuryat Sasrakam Vyadhinasho Bhavet Shigram Mrityushchaiva Nivartate. So Karavira, it's a kind of a herb, which should be given in the ahuti for the 1,000, with the 1,000 avarti of the Gayatri, means 1,000 times swahakara with the Gayatri mantra should be done as the homa, through which any kind of vyadhi or any kind of disease can be get cured, even it is chronic, and if the person is being even in the death bed, so he or she may also recover from that particular kind of ailment which is chronic, or which is very much life taking diseases. So Gayatri has such power, and Gayatri mantra or Gayatri homa is the foremost mantra or foremost homa being prescribed by the Rigvidhana. Again, we have so much again for another kind of a better sleep, or kind of insomnia. We can have another sukta, amivaheti suktena bhutani swapen nishi nahi praswapanam kinchit idrisham vidyate kvachit. Even again, the chanting of this sukta starting with the amivaha, the 55th sukta in the 7th mandala, will also put the person or any living being, not only the human but any living being, into the sleep. So for a person who are suffering from sleep, this particular sukta can be a boon for them. Again, we do, due to pollutions, we do have skin issues, and again for any kind of skin issues or skin rashes, we do have a sukta or a practice prescribed from the Rigvidhana. Tvagdoshini tatha lomni kshipram tasmat pramochayet yadyad adya kachet udite ravau stutva purandaram. So again, here there is a specific practice for the any kind of issues with the skin, or with the skin, means our body hair. So there is a mantra starting with the words yadya kacha. So if that particular mantra is being chanted during the sunrise with contemplating on the Indra for 100 times every day, then the person would be free from any kind of skin disease, or body, or any kind of body hair, or any diseases or any problems related to the bodily hair. Again, this is a sukta for our joint bones and joint pain. There are multiple suktas in Atharva Veda: Balasana Nashna Sukta, Anga Sukta, Bala Sukta. So there are multiple suktas in Atharva Veda for our bones and joint pains. So this is one specific example. Is the 14th sukta in the 6th kanda of Atharva Veda, which says that through chanting of this particular sukta, the person would get strength in his all bones and joints. So these are the certain examples that I would like to present in front of you. And in Yesvyasa, we are also trying to do an empirical study with these kind of references that we are getting from the text, various texts. So we are now we have started to doing the empirical researches, starting with the two especially two researches. The one sukta, Eshadrapso Sukta from the Rig Veda for cognitive fog, or what we call in the Sukta mentions that this is for the Bhranti Buddhi, where kind of a cognitive fog which is more prevalent today in the IT sector, or within the what we are saying means within the modern day society, which where we can get more cases in the Bangalore itself. And also one more mantra for the heavy menstrual bleeding, Amurya Yanti, mantra starting with the words Amurya Yanti from the Atharva Veda. So we are starting with the empirical researches in all these kinds of practices with the mantras and yajnas, and also with the various kind of pujas. And we are also making modules, different means to practice in a society, or to for people to practice within the framework, Vedic framework. We are also coming up with modules which would contain mantra japa or stotra japa, yajna, and also puja. So it will be validated through various experts within the Vedic fraternity, and also with Ayurveda and medical other medical professionals. And then once it is validated through the people, it can be used for further empirical research, and also for the consultancies and the further practices. So these are the researches that we are aiming into, aiming into in the future upcoming days in Yesvyasa. In the workshop, post conference workshop, we would be able to provide you. We have modules. We have made the list of the from these text. We have made the list of diseases and the practices. So we would be able to give you a kind of comprehensive, or a kind of material, and also train you in these practices, how to do and what kind of practices, what kind of diseases. And also into the research, we also need various helps from the various institutions, because it's a mammoth task for anyone to do for the research. So we also need collaborations for the research. So these are the few aspects that we are working in the in Yesvyasa. So with this, I conclude myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sridharji.
Yeah, very insightful, and we heard deeper knowledge on the Vedas, especially the mantras, and you have explained very well regarding each problem area with respect to the diseases, mind, and other things. Yeah, very knowledgeable session.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar, for your insightful speech, presentation, and the textual evidences for explaining Vedic wellness practices for health, general health, ailments, everything. We appreciate you sharing your in-depth knowledge with us. Thank you. The registration link for the workshop is in WhatsApp community. Now we will be moving to our last professor, Srimati Uma Joshi. She is the distinguished professor, adjunct and research advisor in psychology at IIS University, Jaipur. She has held senior academic positions including Dean at Amity University, Rajasthan, and Professor and Head of Psychology in Banasthali University and Modi University, with extensive experience in psychology, counseling, life skills, positive psychology, and research. She has authored books and numerous research papers and has served as a consultant trainer for educational and government initiatives. Thank you. Professor Uma Joshi, you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, India. and good morning in other countries, wherever it is morning. Uh, it had been a long wait for me. Let me first put the PPTs. Can you see them?
Madam, I think your network has an issue.
Are they shared?
We are not able to hear you well, and even your video is frozen. So, do you have a better network area where you can move to?
Now, can you hear me? Now, can you hear me? Can you see my PPT?
Yeah, we can hear you, but the network is bad actually. So, yeah, you can start your presentation.
So, can you see the PPT?
No, we cannot see the PPT.
I have uploaded it. I have shared it. Wait and show. I shared it. Oh. Just a minute, ma'am. Loading. PDF. Just a minute, ma'am. Welcome to. What is it? So, yeah, the account has. PowerPoint. Now, can you see it?
No, not yet. We are not able to see.
Yeah. There. Now,
We can see your screen,
can you see
not the
it?
presentation.
Not the presentation. Where is the presentation? Share. Stop sharing.
Yeah, now we can see.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry for this delay and sorry for this confusion. Good evening, and thank you, Vedic Wellness University, for inviting me, and thank you, Vedic International Vedic Pre-Conference organizers for organizing such a wonderful, such a vast thing. Now, I had been listening for the last today and yesterday for 3 hours each, and there were such heavy concepts, heavy mantras, and heavy Vedic. We are so proud of it. Mine is on a very lighter note. No big jargon of words, no big mantras, no big sutras. Vedic nitis are there. So mine is ancient Vedic wisdom of Panchatantra for effective leadership, governance, and practical and behavioral skills. I would like to start with from here. I have proposed 4 sessions. So first session, I would like to introduce some concept, what is Panchatantra and why it is so important, why this is considered as Mahagranth, as highly circulated. And I would give some information about Panchatantra. And then, because it is a Niti Shastra, So the Vedic Nitis related to good governance, Vedic wisdom for effective living, for successful living, for wise conduct. Then the second session would be, Panchatantra talks a lot about various types of wealth and capital. So count your capital, various kinds of the financial capital, the physical, mental, emotional, social, cultural capital. Then there is a special discussion that I conduct on Bal Buddhi Vidya ke Yog Viyog, meaning the combinations of Bal Buddhi and Vidya. Then handling greed and trustworthiness. Whom should you trust? Whom you should not trust? What are the criteria? There are certain Vedic suggestions, Vedic nitis, which need to be followed so that we are not cheated by people in our relationship as well as in our transactions. The third session I proposed is on interpersonal relations and friendship, trust and trustworthiness. Here again, I shall, there from financial point of view, and here with the friendship point of view that I shall be discussing with lot many stories. So my sessions are going to be with lot many Panchatantra stories and with its associated Niti Shastra. Then the fourth is going to be like when going gets tough, the tough gets going. This is a famous saying. So how to handle difficult situation in everybody's life. There are crises, there are situations which are difficult. There are challenges. You've got to come out winning from these crises, from these difficult situations, bounce back, endure in difficult situations and bounce back. Then stress, anger, fear, grief management. The previous, the session dealt with certain mantras related to all these negative emotions. I shall be talking about, how cognitive restructuring, how you handle these emotions through Vedic mantras. But these are Vedic nitis, which are universal, which are general, which everybody follows. So here my approach is, instead of healing certain ailments or negative areas, Panchatantra is for transformation of ourselves in all spheres of our life and equipping ourselves to face the challenges of day-to-day life as well as atrocities and sudden crisis. Then conflict management, and ultimately all this leads to mental health, well-being, happiness. Now everybody today is concerned, is interested, wants to be mentally healthy, enhances well-being. Everybody craves for happiness. Now, is it so difficult? It is. There are all kinds of remedies, all kinds of sessions. Now, Panchatantra also gives you interesting wisdom with wit. These are all animal stories, animals and bird stories, who act, feel, behave like human beings, and they think like human beings, and they are niti kathaएं. Niti kathaएं meaning treaties. So they have certain principles of behavior which are universal, which are universally correct, which are universally followed. And if you follow them, then evidence-based, outcome. So parinam, praman, and pariman, all three are given by interwoven stories, where one story emerges out of the previous story, and it is a series of stories. It is in 5 chapters. So basic methodology would be that I shall be talking about certain stories. Many of the stories many of the stories you might not have read among, But then it's not merely the stories, but the Vedic wisdom which is interwoven in that becomes more important. Then presentation and videos, experiment, and experiential learning. You, after reading, discussing, you introspect. How do you feel within? How do you, uh, you know, see it from your perspective? Then recalling life experiences and events, and you relate them with those animal stories, your life experiences. See, it is Niti Kathaएं with Pratik Kathaएं. So human problems, difficulties, all these are converted into animal and birds stories. So visualization and participatory processes, we take a problem, discuss it, act within, and then we see how it works. And assessment of the skills, identification of vulnerable points and strengths, quiz for fun also. Like, and if you remember monkey and crocodile story, now how did monkey manage his stress? If this is a quiz, then what niti he used? Where did crocodile falter? These kinds of, and then application. I would love you to carry and the participants to carry this learning forward, share the content with family members, plan these work based on Vedic wisdom of Panchatantra. Research projects can be taken. I have guided two research, PhD research thesis using Panchatantra, Vedic wisdom, and then design some publication, some book writing in some different languages about Panchatantra. So all that, these are my methodology that I'm going to use for these 4 sessions. Now, I would just like to tell you in short the origin of Panchatantra stories. There was a great king, Amar Shakti, who was very warrior, very had a lot of valor, a lot of wealth, a lot of strength. He had 3 sons, but those 3 sons were absolute duffers. They did not have any intention of studies or any learning, in administration. They were very devoid of, and even in behavior, they were very curt. So the king used to remain very unhappy. Now he called his ministers, and he gave he shared his problem. So that what to do with these sons, who's going to be next king in my kingdom. So for that, there was a silence for some time. Then one of the ministers said that, you need a lot of time for detailed studies, and they're not even interested. So we have one very old teacher over here, and who's very well versed with the Niti Shastra. He's very good teacher, and he's very popular among students. So probably he would do it. So immediately he called him, and then he asked him to, showed his concern. And this Pandit Vishnu Sharma, who was 80 years old and who was called by the king. And for this work, king promised him 100 villages as his reward. So he said, I don't take, I don't sell my education. I don't sell my vidya. But because you're concerned, because you asked me, you requested me, so I shall be needful. I shall teach you that, Paramukha princess, and I will enjoy teaching, and they will enjoy learning. So he said, make a note of today's date. From today, in 6 months, if I'm not able to make them expert in, human abilities, humanity, political nitis, treaties, and the lok vyavhar, say like, the public dealing expert, then I shall leave my name. You shall give me capital punishment, and God will punish me by not granting moksha to me. So after saying this, he took these children with him, these three princes with him, collected all pearls of wisdom from Veda, Purana, Upanishad, Shrutis, Smriti, and created Panchatantra. So this Panchatantra was created for these princes of king, and afterwards it became so famous, so popular that all over the world, after Bible, this is second highest circulated Mahagranth literature of the. It has 5 chapters. So anyway, I shall be talking in detail about this great Niti Shastra. It has Hindi, English, the font problem. Now, I shall be, there are so many Panchatantra stories where they talk about leadership style, different leaders. There are lion as leader, these Chapal as a leader, the elephant as a leader, or human leaders, kings, like that. And how they deal with their problems, the people's problems, their style that we identify, and then what are Vedic nitis which they follow, Vedic wisdom which they follow to be successful leaders. So that we are going to talk. These all pictures are the paintings. I have specially commissioned these through by artists of repute for a coffee table book which I created on Panchatantra. Its name is Panchatantra Katha Manjari, and I have focused on its Vedic nitis, because what books nowadays are available have mostly stories in short for entertainment or one line moral. Actually, instead of these stories being recognized as moral stories, these are niti stories. These are treaties. These are stories created to forward certain Vedic wisdom. So that has been it has been vanishing from the stories, and mere small little collection of stories are left. So I have revived this, and all these pictures are from that particular book. Now, the life skills I train from these stories, and all these are very important for leadership, good governance, problem solving, etc. So I picked up stories from these Panchatantra, and then I teach them Vedic wisdom for individual life skill. Could it be self-awareness, empathy, critical thinking, communication, interpersonal relations, problem solving, or stress management, or even how do you handle your negative and positive emotions? Now, another concept is, the other experts also talked about Manushya ke sansadhan. What are the resources a person has? So when you take Panchatantra, all the stories together, you collect Vedic wisdom, Bal Buddhi Vidya, then Chitta Charitra Acharan, Sanskar, Prarabdha, and Devakrapa. Dr. Ravi also talked about the Sanskar. And then there are Prarabdha, which are also past life residuals which influence your present life. And we can improve our behavior in present life to improve our future. They talk about then the external resources like friends, afsar, and wealth, and then your good behavior like your prem, upakar, kshama, samanubhuti, etc. All these, when you work with all these hard work, then there are certain effects, there are certain results, and they make your next life. They become residuals for your future life. So now financial management is a big concept in Panchatantra, and believe me, trust me, such wonderful Vedic wisdom is being provided through various stories that we talk about. I shall be elaborating these stories, and then what Vedic wisdom about the art of financial management that they talk to. I just in short, I say, never cease to learn, never cease to earn. Never cease to earn is no matter how rich you are, no matter how much you have earned in learn, no matter how much you require, but you keep earning till last breath of your. That is the Vedic wisdom for earning. Then how to use it. So there's a lot of things which really surprise you when you read this Panchatantra. This is what we are going to discuss during our session. Then there are so many stories. I picked up 2 stories for Bal Buddhi Vidya. Now, 5,000 years back, Pandit Vishnu Sharma, who's created Panchatantra, through various stories and its discussions, he tried to propagate that, the relative importance of Bal, Buddhi and Vidya. So he says that here Buddhi meaning practical intelligence, which may be considered as a combination of cultural, social, emotional and intelligence, plus experience, plus common sense, all these two together, that Buddhi and Vidya and Bal ka, to use it rightly, you require this practical intelligence, which is superior to it. Then whom to trust, the monkey and crocodile story is there. Then many stories you must have read, many stories you are not, might not be aware. But each story has a series of Vedic wisdom, a series of nitis which need to be followed. In this Crocodile and Monkey is an opening story of 4th chapter of Panchatantra. Then the interpersonal relations, and you will be surprised that 2 adhyaya are dedicated to friendship and Panchatantra. First is loss of friends and second is gain of friends. These 2, that covers almost 90 pages out of 276 pages of my book, that talks about how friends are important in the life, what breaks friendship, what makes noble, good heart friends, and how do you maintain, how do you cherish them, how do you nourish this friendship, and how they become important in our life. Then art of problem solving, there's so many stories of Panchatantra, and each story gives a bunch of Vedic wisdom about how to solve a problem, how to face the problem, how to indulge into, and how to come out as winning, not at the cost of others losing. So to get a win-win solution for that. Then about the decision making, not that all decisions you are able to make, you may need to seek advice, whom to take advice, whom to believe in, whom to trust, who are your good friends, who, right time, right person could be contacted. And here, there are so many stories where they need to take very important decisions, and what decision they took, whom they consulted, resulted into the either ecstasy or agony. So you follow certain principles and you win in life. They say one who reads Panchatantra regularly, follows its Vedic nitis, never faces defeat, never accepts defeat in his lifetime. So again, who's your advisor? In 3rd chapter of Panchatantra, there is Ministry of Crows and the Ministry of Owls. The king crow asks all the crows to give advice on certain war cases, war situation. And then this Meghavan is the crow king. And then the Arimardhan is the king of owls, and he also asks his ministers to give him advice, and the kind of ministers they are, the kind of their thought processes, kind of advices they give, and the king listens to whose advice becomes important. So then it results into different kinds of consequences. Similarly, in conflict resolution, how do you resolve conflict? How do you go for from I lose, you lose to collaboration by Vedic wisdom? So every time I say, there are many sessions conducted in management also, but our Indian ancient Vedic wisdom is universally accepted, universally superior, and it gives kind of solutions and procedures which lead to long-term resolutions, long-term benefits. Then the ill-considered, the fifth adhyay of Panchatantra is magic mantras of decision making, ill-considered, ill-tested, ill-verified, ill-validated deeds, hasty judgments, prejudiced judgment under impact of fear, anger, decision. What happens when you take such a decisions, and then how life becomes miserable? So then you need to heal those impacts. But if you have knowledge of wise conduct, then you would not go to healing portion. So Panchatan believes in transformation, in development, in growth, in smooth sailing life where you win and I win situation, where I have a right to win, I have a right to protect my rights, but not at the cost of others. You be happy, I be happy. So this is then the crisis management. The fourth session shall be on crisis management. When the voyage is very tough, the sea is very rough, the ship is drowning. How do you get out of it? Winning. So there are certain principles, like at one place they say that even when you are sure that this ship is going to sink, but do you stop trying? The merchant, navy merchant, he keeps trying hard to bring the ship to the shore, somehow to protect it as far as possible. He tries his best, and the rest is he leaves to Prarabdha, he leaves to Dev Kripa, and then he is not guilty like I did not try very hard. Panchatantra has a special relevance for where many stories have shown how very weak, fragile, small little creatures win over big giants, big, energetic, strong animals. So how they team, they use their small little skills, their efficiencies, then their nitis, the wisdom, and they try to defeat. How a fly, a woodpecker, and a frog is able to kill an elephant, how a frog has defeated an elephant, how collectively lots of ants have killed a snake, how crows have could manage to get a snake killed who used to eat their eggs away. So then about war and peace, there are certain principles, trust me, if you go through third chapter of Panchatantra, and then you see the, when to use peace, when to go for war, when to pull yourself back, when to sustain there, when to seek help of others. All these principles, not many principles of international relations are there, and about war and peace, and you would see they're all relevant even today. So Panchatantra, written 5,000 years back, is relevant and is required, especially for Gen Zs. It is, a lot of mental health problems, lot of behavioral problems, lot of, Dishaheen, they're going haywire, they do not getting good literature to read. So for them also, for any and every segment of society, Panchatantra holds wisdom of wise conduct. Then how to anticipate, their stories, anticipate then about certain principles about envy, sadness, fear, anger, stress, all these handling emotions. There's otherwise, what are the consequences? What are the consequences? And if you violate, so there are certain vices or there are certain value-based behavior. All these, each painting is a story of Panchatantra, maybe 10, 15 stories are popular, but all the stories are not known to people. And we, in these 4 sessions, I would thoroughly would love to discuss along with these stories, with the help of these stories, the basic Vedic principles. So then the exercises, I gave you the methodology. Like this is a collage of all my paintings, like recognize principles in each photograph, each painting, each story. What is the principle of wise conduct? If followed, what happens? If not followed, what happens? So, how monkey manages anger, fear, stress, frustration, and very interesting conversation, very interesting discussion, deliberation, debate takes place, and the quiz are there on Panchatantra I have created. So why King Lion lost his, do you remember this story? That a small little rabbit manages to motivate King to jump in the well and finishes his life, and the rabbit comes out winning. So while Lion lost his life to a tiny rabbit is one. What nitis he did not follow? Where did he falter? And then how rabbit could save his life? What nitis he followed? And how he could manage to dodge the lion. Then at the same time, there is if lion will not eat animals, what will happen? What will he eat? But then in Panchatantra, they have beautifully maintained balance of food chain. That how did they, negotiate all the small little tiny animals with the king? That how will we satisfy that? You satisfy your hunger, at the same time we remain out of, without fear. So about these friends in Crocodile and Monkeys, how they became friends, why they broke their friendship, who was to be blamed, the crocodile, the lady crocodile, or the monkey. This is very interesting discussion. And through discussion, we keep talking about various Vedic nitis, Vedic wisdom. So how they became friends and why they broke their friendship. This is about Sanjeevak and Pingalak, the first chapter about a bull and the king lion. This is how then there are certain tests. They're interesting to fill. Then at the same time, they give you some idea about, are you a good friend? Are you a good person? Are you a good? And then how do you become? What are you like? So what are your vulnerabilities? What are your strengths? This is kind of SWOT analysis for yourself. For fun's sake, also you can do. So altogether, they do ask like 5,000 years, and today is it relevant? When you discuss, when you go through the whole Mahagranth, Panchatantra Mahagranth, then you have these questions.
Namaste, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Yeah, you
This
just
is my
have,
last.
yeah.
This is my last. So,
Sure.
what age, what gender, what occupation, what caste, creed, class, or what education, what timeline. This is appropriate, I say, for all age, all gender, all occupation, all caste, creed, class, religion, all educational system, education level, and all timeline. Panchatantra is one of the most relevant Vedic book of Vedic wisdom, which has not been recreated, which has no other book is parallel to this. So I would like to discuss in 4 sessions about this Panchatantra and develop Vedic wisdom. Thank you so much. This is my story.
That's a very interesting presentation. We have heard from you, Umaji. Like it's a very interesting thing for even for the Gen Zs, as you said, like people who are not following the, actual Vedic studies and other things.
Yes,
The
and
gist
it's
of
very simple, very interesting, entertaining at the same time. Very heavy Vedic wisdom in very simple words, very simple way it has been followed by me and you. and ye pratik katha hai. So you don't even get to know. You don't even get to know what what you believe, what you do, what you're doing. You identify unknowingly, unawarely with these animals, and then you try to understand
I wonder why
yourself,
it's not in our
where you go
education
wrong, where
system.
you're right. Yeah, see,
I
it is
really wonder why it is
during when
not
I was a small
introduced
child,
in
it
our
was considered
schools
as
and colleges.
it was considered Balaki Pratham Pathshala. Panchatantra is Balaki Pratham Pathshala. So before he enters the school, he was already well versed with Panchatantra by his parents, by his grandparents. So he came with certain wisdom to school, which has been ensured, which has been enforced. Now, another point I would like to tell you is during Britishers' time, Panchatantra was included in the syllabi for civil service examinations. It was only later when it was removed. So imagine its importance that in Britishers' time, it was part of syllabi of IAS civil service examinations. And nobody refutes Vedic nitis. So it is a way of empowering. Everyone should get well versed. And my idea to create this book, Panchatantra Katha Manjari, was because when thousands of people, I don't know how many workshop I have conducted and seen, parents do not know, grandparents do not know much about that, adolescents do not know, college students do not know, school students do not know, babies do not know about
Yeah, that's because
Panchatantra, no
how do we
idea.
pass the
Magarmach
legacy?
banda, very little, very little. So
Yeah, I mean to
we
say, how do
needed,
we
and
pass
then
the legacy?
the stories. So I have created this coffee table book,
No, no, that's what I'm telling.
and
I'm
with
telling
100
our
original
generation.
paintings. So this is our generation, meaning Gen
No, no,
Zs or the
I'm telling for
elderly.
example, like, no. We as parents, me as a parent, I haven't got complete knowledge of Panchatantras. Then where is a question of me passing that knowledge to my children? So I'm telling we are
Yes, so
deprived of it.
we need to read it, and I assure you out of another story. So it is very difficult to stop once you start reading. And then I have highlighted these Vedic wisdom. So it comes so spontaneously when two animals, and looks very funny, two animals talking about, say, like small mouse and a turtle talking about wealth. They how to
Yeah,
score.
actually, we have to end this session now. So I just wanted to wrap up telling it's such a delightful session it was. Yeah.
Store and what to do with the wonderful, beautiful university, and to the organizers of pre-conference.
Thank you very much.
I'd love to remain associated with you all. Thank you, ma'am. Good night to all the participants.
Yeah, on behalf of Vedic Wellness University, we thank esteemed professors for their inspiring presentations. We also extend our gratitude to participants for their engagement and for staying with us till the end. All of your presence has made very meaningful event.
Sandhya, you
Thank
are
you.
not on camera.
Unshare it. Oh, yeah. So thank you. I'm happy to share my.
Thank you.
I'm very passionate about Panchatantra and its Vedic wisdom.
Yeah, you may stop sharing the screen, Omachi.
Acha. From
Yeah, I think she stopped
I
sharing.
think my camera is frozen. It's just showing the back.
You can
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
you can spotlight me and yeah. I would like to thank everyone today for all the speakers and all the audience. We would be ending our session today, and we are very happy to invite you all for the next weekend session, and we will shortly announce the themes and also the speakers. Thank you very much.